Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There might be some background noise. A person is here for doing some plumbing. We got 15 minutes till the market opens. The pre-market is already recovering slightly. It was 6% on start. It was up, closed at 1.78% overnight, then dropped in the morning, and now it's slowly recovering. But this may be a false positive. This is probably retail investors buying, fear of missing out, that sort of stuff. So we'll see how that plays out before we make any choices going into today. Remember, we did go up about 30% yesterday. We finished at 25% or 26%. So we're riding high. So no institutional, no hedge funds, no active investor is going to really bet that we're going to move up another 30%. So it starts to weigh into the negativity of going down, at least for a consolidation or a retraction or whatever you want to call it. So we got to keep that in mind. So there'll be a lot of exuberance today as stimulus checks have mostly been given out. Wednesday is the final day, I'm told, and then you have the mailed in checks coming in next week. So we'll see how this plays out. So I'll leave you guys to this as people trickle in, and we'll quickly go over the pre-market just before open. But there's not really much to talk about. We just watch that pre-market price, and we're seeing the behavior. I will note this, and that's why I started a little bit early here, is the volume. So I'm just going to scroll for a second. It's going to look weird, but look at that volume. It's 278 million. Oh, too high. Let's see if I can fix that. 1 second. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, well, whatever. There it is. So there's an incredible amount of volume. Yeah, there we go. Coming through. There we go. That's incredible. So that's overnight and pre-market, I believe. And that is a lot, considering that's almost 3 times our normal, or even 4 times our normal, actually. And on a bad day, that's 6 times our normal. So our average is around 152 million, but that's inflated by our psychotic days. And I don't know how far it goes back. It says 10 days. But it might be not measured in days. But anyways, yeah, that's a lot. So I was reading the Reddit chat, and somebody said Wanda liquefied some of their shares. And if we remember, Wanda got in, I think, at 10 something when they converted. So now that it's too high, they're an institution. They're bailing because $14 is ridiculous. You take the money and run, let it go back down, right? So they may have sold off throughout the day. Just to get their money's worth. And the Silver Lake people who converted their debt to shares as well, I think they're in at 13 something. So they're also clear. So they could start liquefying their positions. Now, I don't think they're going to liquefy their whole positions because they believe AMC is going to continue to do well, which they're not wrong. But I think they're going to liquefy their positions for the dip on a macro level. And since we went up 30%, they want to capture some of that profit and then basically let it tank a little, go down 5% or whatever, 10%, and then get back in for the subsequent bull run. So anyways, we got an interesting day ahead of us. I don't think the institutionals are going to tank us. But if we start showing signs of weakness, they may try to get their money out before their friends get their money out, and then we'll basically see a depression or a race to the bottom. But they'll do their best not to trigger a panic because they won't be able to get their millions and millions and millions out before it explodes, basically. But judging by that volume, we've had a pretty big buy-in. So I'm going to go take a look at that now since we're only 10 minutes out. And we're going to go take a look at what happened overnight. Okay, so I haven't seen this yet. So yeah, we basically spiked up, nobody cares, and then it went back down. This was just Reddit retardation, and it went back to normalcy. Makes sense. Then we opened with, oh, there's where our volume is. So basically all the volume just took place recently. I wonder if this volume's held over from overnight. I wonder if this is a volume from yesterday, because this doesn't add up. These numbers are big, but they're not that big. You know what? I think I'm in error there. I think this is the volume from yesterday. That would make a lot of sense. I really wish this thing would be more normal. Yeah. Okay, so ignore what I just said because yeah, I was looking at that and I was like, "Holy crap, the volume." And someone quoted it on Reddit saying the volume's over 200 million. And I was like, "Yeah." But now that I think about it, no. I think that guy was wrong and I'm now wrong too. Okay, so I'm looking at the volume right now and the volume is reasonably high, but there's no sign of institutions. So this is all just retail investors waking up. So ignore what I just said because I was working off of bad information. And unfortunately, I'm live, so I can't stop the video and just delete it like anybody else would. But that's a good example. If you do wake up and the volume is somehow in the clouds, um, that means the institutionals have liquefied their positions, and it's all good. Um, they've liquefied their positions, and as a result, what I just said is the next thing you have to weigh out. Um, so that hasn't happened, isn't happening. So Wanda, somebody was talking about Wanda liquefying their positions, but I show no indication of it. So if they did lower their position, which you can look up on the FINRA, I believe, that would have happened during market time, and that would explain, most of this, red. We still went up, but they were just burning out on the peaks. Okay, we still have 5 minutes. Yeah. And so there's no indication of institutionals doing anything pre-market. They're not buying in, they're not selling off. So we are set for basically what we talked about on Friday. Yeah. Well, it Wanda could have liquefied their position multiple times. Like I don't think they're completely out. I haven't looked at the FINRA, so I don't know where they stand. Because it doesn't really matter to me. It's just something to be aware of that it's a potential bomb, I guess, or they call them poison pills um, when they talk about something that can kill a merger or acquisition. But it was whatever. Just funny terms. Yeah. Anyways, so let's get back on track. So if we're what we talked about yesterday, we have Friday close. I was worried about consolidation or a retraction going into today, and it started off at basically that. And now we got some buy-in. There's a little bit of heavy buy-in here. This is 11,000 or 111, 111K if you multiply it by 10. And that's pretty sizable, but there's no interest in the pre-market. So I think we're still on track for a down day. So I think we're going to consolidate immediately back to 13, and then we're going to see some type of negativity bringing us into 1250, 1280. It depends on how low we go. There is probably going to just be a dumping of money, but as you saw yesterday, even with a dumping of money, it'll give us a short-term boost, but it can't hold off the macro. Um, even here, like we dumped money nonstop, but we still had the negativity from the crash. Same thing here, crash. We tried our best with all the money in the world. Our volume was high, and we couldn't do it, right? So yeah, I think that's where we're going, but we'll see how the market predicts. So I currently have no positions, and I'm probably going to buy back in, but I want to make sure I'm in the clear for any type of dip. We really do need to pay for this day. The overnight may have been enough. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see based on the behavior. We'll know by at least 10:30, 11 if we're in the clear or not. And now we also have to keep our eye on GME because GME did not survive the overnight. So they went as predicted. They held off the crash with money, but overnight they continued down their trend. And in fact, they actually increased their trend to this would be where it is, and this is where they went. So GME is moving exactly as I predicted. They just managed to delay it, but they can't delay it forever. So they're now into the sub 200. So they're based on those black line. Sorry, that's the wrong thing. This one. So they're back down here as I predicted they would be. They're actually below where I thought they would be, but it's pre-market, so they can move quicker. But they're here now. So those were those lines I was drawing the other day, and I said they would gap down. So they managed to stave that off, but they did, there they go. They gapped down. So anyways, GME is going as it expected, but it delayed it by 1, 2, 3, 4 days. So not bad, but foolish. There's thousands and thousands and millions of dollars in here, and all of it gone. But yeah, because it tried here, and they said no, 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 okay, no, no, yes. So we'll see what happens on open, but they're down 27% day to day, overnight to morning. So yeah, they're not walking away from that. And they lost, this is almost half, almost 50%. I think it's 40 something, 38, 40. So you got 40, now another 28 a few days later. You're almost at 400, 345. You're now under 200. Yeah, that's going to be hurting people big time. So they'll get a lot of support down here in the 137s, but this could easily be jumped. So if they're right here, they can jump right down to 170. Once they hit 170, they can easily go to 148, down to 135, and then this will get tough, and this will get exceptionally tough because this is their floor. But anyways, that we have to keep in mind. That's going to be our biggest shit problem. GME decides to go down another, well, essentially $100, $80. Yeah, go down another $80. Yeah, we'll probably follow with them. Yeah. So here we go. We've got 1 minute on the clock. And yeah, they're just boosting with money. Volume is picking up, but I think you're going to get a sell-off. So whoever held overnight will see this, and then basically they'll take this last minute boost of money to close their positions. It's not really high enough. A lot of people are still bag holders, so they may hold in. But anybody that got in the beginning here might take their profits and run if they haven't already. Yeah. And then these people might close at a loss. It's hard to tell. It'd be nice if the pre-market basically got up to 1406. That's probably where you get the majority of the people bailing. The people that bought the dips. They're like, oh yeah, it's going to be fine. Yeah, well, The people that bought here, all these people, they just lost 6% to 3% already. So, all right, market is now open, and let's get to the proper screen. Okay. That's some serious volume. That's 32. GME is negative 7.86. Tastes like vindication. Tastes good. Lemon flavored. So this is going to probably bottom out at the bottom of this guy here. It'll hit a little bit of resistance. Yeah, a little bit before. That's too early. That's too early. Oh, these people are dumb. Don't catch falling knives. That is a huge knife. But of course, these guys are probably not looking at a chart. They're probably just clicking because it's discount time. It's not. Oh boy. Yeah, no, it's not done yet. I mean, this is good buying power, but the sellers are out in force. So that volume, more than half of that volume stick is sellers, which means no, you're still going down the shitter. Where's my swan songs when I need them? Yeah, just ignore the green. Don't get FOMO and join these guys. Yeah. I need a soundboard that just plays the last post or the sinking of the Titanic. This is a great volume. Yeah, 9 million. Not bad. We're almost at 10 million in the first 3. Everybody's talking about getting it on discount. It's not a discount if it's a steaming turd. Yeah. Yeah, we should get Darth Vader in here. Or another one I really love is the panicked U-boat, dive, 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 or brace, brace, brace for impact. So it's like, here we go, brace, brace, brace. Please have your trays in the upright position. And there's just screaming in the background. Everything's gonna be fine. Oh God, the humanity. Oh God. Hindenburg. Yeah. Yep. Actually, on that, while we wait for this to crash, a friend of mine set up his Google Home, so when he yells "red alert," it turns on his all his lights to red, and it does like a pulsing red, and it goes ramp, ramp. Yeah, and it locks the doors and the windows. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. He just did it for fun. I think maybe at night, or I don't know. Maybe bad guys are coming. realistically, if I owned like a ranch, I'd probably set that up, and then so you don't lose your night vision, right? So you basically turn on all your lights to red, get out your firearm, and pulse the lights because you're used to the pulse and your enemy's not, and then basically use the pulsing light to detect shadows and shapes, and go hunting. And then it locks all the doors so that yeah, and maybe sends out an email to friends and family saying, "I'm off to safari. I'm hunting the most dangerous of game, man." Yeah, and then obligatory clever girl. Yes. So we're still duking it out, but I do not think the buyers are going to win here. We're apparently at 18 million volume. No, 9.6 million. So we're slowing down, but not by much. Okay, I don't really want to take my eyes off this just because I want to get a feel for it, but I need to look at GME. Okay, GME's trying the same thing, but they're trending below channel. Okay, I'm just going to quickly make a array between this guy and this guy. There, that's a better line. So they're trending way below line. Better than that drawing. Okay, and so they're gonna roll. I don't think they're coming out of that one. There's good support down here, but yeah, they're gonna pull us down. So even if we do get a little bit of height, which it really doesn't look like we are, that's some serious go fuck yourself lines. To just like nope, 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 nope. Even anything that gets close, push, 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 push. But then we got support here, right? But I think the combination of the two is going to sink us. So here we go. Yeah. So GME's on Q. And are we following suit? If this pulls us past this green, then we're going to go to here. And if that we get past there, then we're going. Remember the normal dip happens right about now, if not a few minutes from now. So we got a lot of negativity piling up here. So let's see. Oh, so we're past it. Oh, yep. Here we go. So now we'll travel down. Unless it just suddenly jumps right back. No, we're winning. Or, well, red's winning. We're on the red team right now. So we're winning. Now it's going to put. Oh, it punched through. Oh, that was a huge volume increase. Holy fuck. Oh, yeah, that was 13. So that's why all the sell at 13s kicked in. Oh, shit. Oh, GME. Damn. I did not expect. Okay, yeah, that was a bit of an overreaction, but still, now it's past the critical red line. So now we're going to start gapping down. This red line represents the bottom of the. Oh yeah, bottom of the crash. Oh well, we'll look at it later. I think it's the bottom of something. It basically, velocity is going to increase. Okay. Ah, shit. All right, so some idiots are trying to keep it up. Yep, fuck that noise. We're sinking, son. All hands. Abandon ship. Women and lemons first. What's GMV? Since I have no idea what that short form is. Good faith violation. Oh, yes. Okay. Is I have neither good nor faith nor the violation. Next support. Yeah, we can take a quick look. We're clearly hitting one right now, but yeah, so that's this guy here. So the next support is 1250, and where we are right now, 1270. 1270, 1250, and then we're in for a fair deal of support at 1213, and then we're going to gap down to 1114. So the real risk is, yeah, if we get past, let's say, this red line, then we're looking at a potential quick drop. So let's put, I don't think we're going this low, but we need to see the extent of, yeah, that was super fucking helpful. So let's say right about here. So this is a huge gap, right? That's going to be a free fall. So I'm not buying into this yet. And we also have a support kind of here. And that's the one we just bounced off of. All right, let's see. GME. GME is trying to recover. I'm not buying into that either. I don't trust it. Yeah. Yeah, the dip can still happen. So this was just the sell-off. We need to start seeing a U shape, not a V shape. Yeah. Yep. GME is having a good time. Yeah. Their next position to fall is right here. I can put a line across. So there's the 200, which we've already crossed. And then they're going to get support at 195 and a lot of support where they are right now, which are all these peaks. If they get below 188, it's going to be 169, and then it's a free fall to 150s, 158s. Let's put a line there. That's probably 170 is going to be a line of scrimmage. Oh fuck, they're still going. Oh, oh poor GME. Oh, they're holding. Okay, let's just put a line there because that's obviously they're having some fun there. All right, how are we doing? Yeah, we're not out of the woods yet. All right, let's just keep our eye on GME. We don't need to worry about AMC until this is over. Yeah. I wonder how many YouTube traders have told everybody to buy overnight. I should just go back and troll them all. Oh man, it's an excellent buy-in opportunity. Stimuluses, we're going to the moon. Yeah. No, it's not how the market works. The market doesn't work based on your personal feelings. It works on a collective personal feelings. Yeah. It's when we go down 10%. So we haven't hit 10% yet. And even if it is, it's not. It doesn't make it different. I think it automatically gets activated at 10, and then we freeze at 15%. You have a circuit breaker. Yeah, negative 10%. Yeah, yeah. If it's going up 10%, it's your fault if you want to short. Yeah. So here she goes down to this guy. Man, it does feel good when you guess and you get it right. I was kind of hesitant last night because my initial estimate was like, oh yeah, stimulus. And then I'm like, no, the fundamentals say we need a retraction. And then it's like, well, now that you think about it, what if we have a retraction and everybody wasted their stimulus? and there's no more stimulus. Uh, or if everybody waits to see what happens on open, then we see negativity to start, and that might spook them. Anyways, so took an educated guess, and I'm happy with myself right now. Oh, I would have been stuck for 10%. Yeah, no, we're not done. Now the problem is guessing the bottom, but I don't think GME's done. So let us see. As we get closer to 10 o'clock, it'll be safer and safer to buy in, unless this thing is free falling. I can't predict when it's going to stop, Tyler. I can only tell you where it will slow down, and then it's up to the people that are dumping money like buffoons. Um, they'll decide. The macro of GME says it's going to stop somewhere at 20 eventually. And then AMC, its macro is around 30 up. But how fast we get there is a matter of people. So yeah. So this is kind of nice here. Yeah, this is just low volume. 12. Well, it's decent volume, but this is just stupid. You're not getting it on discount. Not if GME is about to go. What people might be doing is they might be getting in, like smart people are getting in because they know idiots are dumping their money, and then they're just waiting for GME to show red, and then they'll bail at the same time. They might be trying to catch these like smarter, better people. That's 2% you could easily get because you know people are trying to buy on discount. But I don't think I can buy and sell fast enough to not get screwed. Okay, if this goes over, which it's going to, then AMC is a buy just for the short term. So I'm going to get in, but I stress short term, very short term. Okay. But yeah, see, it takes me like forever to make the trade. So by the time I actually get it loaded up, I'll probably be missing the entry point. So that's how long it takes me to start a trade. So now I have to guess how much money I have. Okay, now I'm armed and ready to go. Now I have to reassess. Okay, so it's going to bounce off this line. Yeah, which is what it's doing right now. Now we're going to see if it goes under this line. That's a good sign, but low volume. Okay. So I'm going to buy in. And I'll have my finger on sell. Okay. So my finger is now on the sell button. So I got in right here. And I expect it to be good to about there. So we're going to watch GME. So GME is doing a recovery. We need a commitment from the volume though. So this is still wish-washy. But we're going to capture some of this. So if you didn't get in on the last one, this is probably your buy-in point here. This will be a little red, and then it'll take off on a green. Unless this turns around. No, I think we're still good. Bit of pressure from AMC. Sorry, AMC, GME. Give us some green. Come on. Shit. Come on, green, 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 green. Keep the ball rolling. Oh. This might be my sell point. This shows some green. We'll be going up. This is actually good for a run. This is looking good for a run. The volume has what? Gone to piss. Yeah, slow volume. 900. It's an increasing red though, but that doesn't mean much. This could easily become an S pattern. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, now we just need some of that. So this would be even better buy-in right there. Or if you bought in where, I first called it. Actually, let's put it where I first called it, which is right here. Then I can feel better about myself, even though it's not true. Okay, if this gets over this red, it'll go for a run. Oh yeah, that's looking good. So this is still too early, and we'll probably come down and make a U shape. But we don't need to worry about that until, we need to just take our money and run if we're short term in it. If you're gonna long term, so you only get one buy today, I'd let it go a little further. Wait until we go into a U shape. But if you can day trade, this should be a simple 3% return. So this one's going to face resistance up here and here. But that should give AMC a little bit of run before that happens. Okay, so far so good. It's still flirting with this. So the technicals are telling us to go up, but the sentiment is not letting us do it. So we need to start getting a little bit of height or it's going to crash. If this goes over this green, then I'll sell because it'll drag us down. But I'm still hopeful that there'll be some buyers to push this smaller and continue the trend. Because if we learned anything, it doesn't have to make sense. What's going to happen, the people buying erratically, it doesn't matter. We just have to react to it when it happens and get our tendies. Yeah, this can get erased if GME will just do a green. Oh shit, it gapped down. Bastards. Come on, push up, push up. Give us some green. Give us some green. Yeah, good. That will stop that. I might close my position early. You only really get two chances. First chance was here. That's the second chance. We might not come back to this line for a bit. Oh boy. Yep, she's gonna sink. Come on. Now it's past this guy, which means it'll jump down. And we're gonna go with it. This is probably my last chance to sell. I don't like taking losses, but oh, we're doing the comeback king. Where are we? We're here. That's 50-50. All right, I'm gonna sell at 12.95 or so if we get back there. I'll take a small, tiny loss. Yeah, keep going, keep going. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Oh, out of nowhere. It's really holding on. Barely. But this is still pretty negative. If this goes over this red, I'll be laughing. But I think yeah, I'm in the green now. Then I better sell. Yeah, selling right now. I'm out. Gone. All right. That was a dicey position. Okay. So close that position and I'll buy in when it's safer. Yeah, AMC's looking good, but GME is not. This only needs to go down a tiny bit and it'll start pulling down because this is so close and this is so close. It just needs a little bit of negativity and it's going to go pop, pop, pop. Then it just needs to get through this line and then back down it goes. So it makes my position in AMC rocky. Tenable, I think is the word I was looking for. Yeah. Well, they're not wrong. We are going to take off as soon as this is all over, which is why I wanted to get in. This is very good. This is very good. But then once this is going on and with the knowledge we have from GME, yeah, this is about to it's barely holding on. This should have gone further, but they held up. But it's no. It could easily gap. So I'm not fucking touching that. I made money on that one probably, actually. I'll double check. Not that it matters. I might have lost $200. I bought for 52,349. I lost $200 at this moment. Yeah, that's fine. That's nothing. Ugh. I'm gonna lose a lot more if I stayed in. Yeah, when you do a market sell, even though I was in the green, basically because I'm selling so much, it's basically puts me down and then I get bad numbers. I could have used a limit, but the risk is too high that um, I'd be farked. So this is turning into a pendant and probably of the bad kind. So here we go. You have a completed W here. So this guy went to do a W, but he didn't get the height he needed, which is here. So it collapsed on itself, which is normally the case. If it managed to get back up to here, although my line is really bad, it actually is here, a little bit higher, then you could have a chance for a breakout or a U shape or something. But because it failed, we're going to go into a depression. I think this is going to turn into a U shape. So once we get out of 10, once we get out of dip territory, this is starting to look good. And this is AMC, so makes sense. So GME might be able to do the same thing. So it tried for a W. It clearly missed, so it collapsed. Now this is kind of retarded in the gaming sense and the mental sense, I guess, as well. Mentally withheld, the formal definition of retarded. So this is more likely just because of the support line here, but I'm still not feeling it. This could be a sell, real easy. But we'll see. We will see. to me, this is too high risk. We need we need to get over so many lines here. Like before it's safe, it needs to be up here. Right now, it's potentially it's being held by this, which is going to probably repel it. If this was not a good point to buy, why is this a good point to buy? Yeah, there was some energy here, but you see, sell, 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 sell. Nobody wants this price point, so we should probably go down. Yeah. And as for us, it looks like we're going to break down. We'll see how that plays out. Oh, man, I wish I had some popcorn. Maybe I do have some popcorn somewhere. Oh, I should look at the chat more often. So, crown on AMC? No, not yet. The middle needs to be higher. This looks like more of a pendant, and it's probably going to turn into a roll. It's going to look like an M when it's over, more than likely. And then we'll have to see where it ends. So it'll get resistance at 1283, and then resistance at this black line, basically, or give or take 10 cents, if that's where we're headed. We'll see. If this goes on for too long, I would say by 10:30 we should get our buying power back. So somewhere in here will be a good buy period. So they're over one line. That's good. But they need to hold it. I can't predict. I can't predict how far anything will go. I can guess direction for the most part, but I can't guess the severity because it's all a matter of volume, which is currently dwindling. Yeah. There might be a way to predict, but I don't know it, so I can't do it. Somebody else might be able to. Yeah. I guess if I looked at the macro, actually, I could look at the macro, but then it all boils down to volume because if the volume is low, we're going to fly all over the place randomly. If the volume is high, we'll be committed to a certain path. But the only way we're really going to get high volume is institutionals are going to buy in. Retail investors will sell off and panic. Institutionals will sell off and panic, or the stimulus money. And the stimulus money is coming up tomorrow and then following week. So only thing that's possible today is really leftover stimulus from Monday, institutional panic, which I highly doubt because it's so high in the clouds. So it's retail investor panic is pretty much and profiteering, people taking their money because it's so high. So they're up 30%. They're now down 7%. So okay, let's take my profits at 20 and wait for it to figure out where it's going before I get back in. That's probably the majority of where we're going today. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if the most of the damage is probably done by now. But if GME continues, which I can't predict, we know GME is going to eventually go to 20 bucks. We just don't know how fast. And if it goes there fast, we're going with it. If it goes there very slow, then we'll probably outgrow GME crashing. But again, it's hard to tell. So this is going into the U shape. So buying at anything under 1290 might not be bad. But again, GME is still our pitiful neighbor. So we'll see. I do like how this stream is directly tied to how well the stocks are doing. So we have 56 viewers right now. Yesterday we had 70 to 80 all day. And every time the stock goes down, I watch. There's like a little graph that shows the viewers on one of my screens, and it just goes down with the stock. So I guess a lot of people, they're doing bad. They're just like, fuck this, I'm out. um, Nobody wants to watch a stream while they're losing money. Yeah. Well, if you watch this stream, you wouldn't be losing money, potentially. So I don't get sued. Yeah. 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 Everyone's trying to time the dip, right? So you're going to get huge bursts from retail investors trying to guess where the bottom is. I'm sure half of you are thinking that. Where's it going to stop? Don't even waste your time trying to figure that out. Just follow the chart, and the chart will tell you. Because, yeah, nobody knows. We're on the bleeding edge of history, technically. Oh, right. Got to get hydrated. Keep those brain cells working at peak. So it's bashing against the black line. So it's already hit it twice. So it might get pushed back, and then we're going under. This will be the third time. Okay, now we should go down. We should, or stay below the line. If that's indeed the line, and the line's not here. But I don't know. It looks like the line's here, though. Let's see this guy. But it could be lower. I don't know. So, well, no one knows. But, we just have to do our best estimates. Yeah. Well, feeling good about closing that position. Yeah. The rule of twos. You get two chances. Don't fuck it up. That's that rule, even though it's just, kind of superstition, if you will. It served me very well. You get two chances, 1, 2, and it's not coming back. In this case, I got a third chance, but don't think it's going for a third. Yeah. All right. So GME is actually looking better. They're doing really good on this line. So we're falling to our support line. And let's see how it reacts to this line. This support line might even be a little further down. It might be here. This bottom of the stick, one of these. We'll see. Right now it looks like it pretty much bounced off of it. So that's the first one. This will be the second bounce. We weren't not even going to make it. This should still be red. Back to the black line for the second bounce. No. These are people trying to time the bottom. Fools. The volume's low. You can see that people are buying in because they see it move. And they know it's not somebody bought at the bottom and you pile in. It's they're gonna get fucking burned. Oh well. One time they'll get it right, but I don't think this is the time. How's GME doing? Oh, yeah, they're below it now. So it's time for a little bit of free fall. And kiss your money goodbye. 10:09 people. Well, it's still holding with our... Oh, man, our volume's actually not low. These are huge numbers. This one's huge. This is 22. And that's 5,000. All right, just looked low because of this one guy pushing them all down. That was 76. All right, I got to readjust my thinking then. All right, so we still have high volume and we're pushing down. So actually this is even more committed to going down than I would have expected, or I did expect. Now that I can see these numbers, that's 3,000. This is 4,000. Yeah, so this is an angry down. That's 22,000. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to sink for a bit. Okay, so this is our first and second hit. So the next one should go through. One, two, failed, and now it's going to collapse. Okay. Technically that broke through, but it got pushed back, so it's basically going to bounce in the wrong direction. But because there's so much negativity, when it bounces back, it's going to just fall because there's no, it's not like you're going down, you go bing, bing, it's bing, sellers take over. So in this case, it's bing, ugh. Yeah, you're going to get double trouble going down, I guess. Double the negativity. So we're just trying here. So I guess that difference between 67 and 66 was enough. One, this should go through. This line's really holding. What's the volume? 3 grand. Okay. This should go through. Come on. Come on. God, it is doing good. But we're just delaying, like, we're delaying the inevitable here. Really doesn't like that line. Just like, no, no, not doing it. Yeah, fuck you, you are. Okay, we're right on the bloody line now. Come on, go under. You got this. You can do it. Oh, what's our total volume? It's got to be pretty high. Whew, we're already at 40 million. Oh yeah, volume's good today. Rip. So GME's already at 8 million. So I don't think GME's in sell-off territory yet. Everyone's just holding. If this, turned into a 20 million, I think we'd see this go like nuclear. Like as is, this is ramping up, not good, and the volume is pretty much Stable. Sinking ship. This resistance line is doing its job. We're getting so close. And then we get rejected and we get so close. Come on. Just go under. You know you want to. Ugh. Everybody on Reddit's buying to keep it up. Spent all my girlfriend's money. I've tripled down. I put in another 50. I'm maxing out everything I got. Oh, God. My jimmies are rustled because this baby's going under this line. There's no doubt about it in my mind. Oh, I got 500K view yesterday? I did not know that. That's really cool. Huh. I should check that out. 500,000 views? No way. Oh yeah, that makes more sense. I'm like, wow, I'm an overnight sensation. And why do I only have 63 people in here? Yeah, that's right. 486. That makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty good at what I do, but it takes up pretty much the entire day. I'm here for 8 hours, so I don't feel like going and advertising and spamming my stream places. So I'm pretty much done when this is over. It's like some days I'm just like, fuck it. I just close the stream and go to bed. Yeah. Well, I usually actually eat something because I usually go most of the day without eating. So, yeah. Well, there goes all their money. Those guys. If only I could advertise my stream in Reddit and save some of those people. Oh, yeah. Actually, I should be able to read that. I can read a script. All right, don't forget to smash that subscribe button and hit that bell. Grab yourself a little thumbs up on this video and be sure to tell your friends. There you go. I can read scripts. Oh, oh yeah, and make sure to give me your life savings in my Patreon account and my OnlyFans. I run an OnlyFans after this. Just uncensored candlesticks. Like, oh my god, what red did to green? Whew. Oh, 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 that's nice. So we just hit the red. Oh man, where'd you? If you only bought in the morning, just oh, you could have got yourself a whole $10. Yeah, I made a pizza the other morning because I woke up early and I'm like, okay, I need to eat something before the market starts. So I just made a pizza and had it ready for market start. I'm actually still kind of full from the pizza from yesterday. Got those fat reserves. Yeah, who's buying? Just stop buying, please. Fuck these guys. I feel so sorry for them. But whatever. GME's doing okay. They kind of stopped just before where they would have crashed. Lucky buggers. So any other chart, it would have hit this. Yeah, see, it's gone past it, so now it's going to go. Basically, it got really lucky. They just stopped right before critical. So this one needs to just hold the red a little lower, and then it will click, 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 click. But these guys are just delaying the inevitable. Yeah, I mean, it's stopping a panic at least, but fuck, there's all your money gone. Ah, well, whatever. Their problems, not mine. Yeah, it's definitely ladder attacks. Oh, like that's a ladder attack. That's a ladder attack. That's a ladder attack. This over here is a ladder attack. Oh, that blue line's a ladder attack. Like, holy Christ, all these ladder attacks. Actually, there is text, so I can actually do that. LADDERATTACK. Okay. And there we go. There. It's not a ladder attack. A ladder attack, when spelt like that, is the idea that two big funds are trading back and forth with each other, and they're negotiating a lower price. So, like I said a couple of videos back, if you think of the stock market like a place where you sell cows, so the cow goes into the middle of the arena and everybody yells out a number, and when the number matches the seller, that's the number we see down here, the last sold number. So the idea is that the cow's worth $100, and someone says 99, and I say 100, and he says 99. If there's just us two, the market doesn't move. If someone then says, yeah, okay, fine, 100, then the cow sells for 100. Or I cave and I say, okay, 99. The cow sells for 99. The share price is now 99. It was 100, now it's 99. So if two people are basically standing on either side and he says, $80 cow, and someone says, no, I'm actually willing to pay 99, it'll go to $99 because the market's not allowed to sell at a less than good price. But if there's only few people, or there's a person that is fast, he can go 99, no, 98, okay, 98 sold, share price goes down. Okay, I got another cow, 97, oh, I'll take that, share price goes down. So he keeps buying the discounted cow faster than somebody can buy the cow at a higher price. And then he takes his cows and he becomes the seller, and the other guy buys the cows back. And so they keep driving down the price by going back and forth. The problem with that is that you're basically losing the difference between the bid and the ask, and you're also taking whatever financial loss you did by driving the price down. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. But it is a potential tactic that could be used. I could see it more useful if if you had options that were going to expire and you wanted to drive the price down. But then you could have just shorted a 50,000 shares and drive the price down yourself, or buy up all these shares and drive up the price. Like, there's no real need to do this wish-washy crap. You can just manipulate the market by buying or selling. But they see it as, them selling synthetic shares back and forth and some Illuminati bullshit. Nothing that you need to concern yourself with. It really won't make any difference to your day-to-day. The only thing you need to pay attention to that is potentially, because robots do trade 90% of the trades, it's not humans. So if you ever see it go flat, real flat, like, well, I don't know why it's so zoomed out, but something like this, ultra flat with high or steady volume at some point, that's robots generally. They picked a price and they'll control the price by selling or buying to keep it down. And then you'll see, like, here's a sudden buy, and then the robots will try to leak it back down to whatever price like they decided is correct. They only oh yeah, actually this is exactly the robots right here. So see the volume's kind of high, and look at that. It's like less than a penny, right? The only thing you got to worry about robots is that like this, they go flat. No, new price. Flat, new price. No, we were wrong. Old price, right? So you have to pay attention to that. You'll have a sudden price change, so you have to keep that in mind when there's robots playing. All right, there we go. OMG. Oh my god. Gear sperms. Yeah, so anyways, no ladder attack here. We're just going through the motions. The real ladder attack here is fucking GME. It's circling the drain, but they're doing their best to keep it up. If they can delay long enough, they will form a bottom, and then they could potentially propel themselves out. So this is definitely the beginning of a bottom, but I'm not yet out of the woods. You know, this is good, but I think they're just defying gravity. And we're not doing that well. So that's an overreaction, says the market, but the technicals say it's still going down. So in this case, this is positive, very positive. So basically, we're going this way, says basically how everything's going right now. So this was a little early. So the market corrected and said, nah, buddy, a little early, but not by much. And so we're seeing that now. So if we don't keep trading in this direction, then we know that something's changed or our view of the stocks is wrong. But it's trending this way, and because of all the stuff I've been talking about for the last hour, GME, all the stimulus, all of the big macro factors are now showing in the chart as a slow trickle down. So the next change is a time-based one, and it usually happens around 10:30. So we're out of the dip, and then we'll have buying power till about 12. So that's going to help push us up, but we have to weigh that against GME continuing their crash. They'll get a buying push as well, but GME had died yesterday. It's dying today, and it looks like it's going to go to 20 eventually. So how much buying pressure could there be, right? So we got to weigh all that out, and that's where we are. We're just waiting to see what that will result in. But I'm still betting GME is going down. I think if they're going to dump their stimulus money, they would have done yesterday. And no one wants to catch falling knives. So they might wait till Wednesday when, really dumb people dump their money. Then less dumb people will get in because they're seeing positivity. But people are going to use that jump to get out. So then there's going to be a lot of negativity as the bag holders are trying to bail from the sinking ship, or the rats, whatever you want to call them. So then the rats flee the sinking ship. And because they're the first to know that the ship is flooding, because the water's coming through the bottom of a ship, the rats start fucking fleeing. And then you're like, hey, why are there all these rats here? Because the rats know. And so the rats take off. And then you realize there's water at your ankles. Now you got to decide if the ship is salvageable. In our case, AMC is more than salvageable. We just took a broadside from shitty GME, so we'll be fine. And there's no panic selling. We might lose our rats because they're getting flooded, but those are just short-term people, right? They're flimsy paper hands, as a more modern term. So we'll lose our paper hands. Cool. And then we'll come back with a vengeance, and our paper hands will come back as well. The rats will get back on the ship as soon as it's, seaworthy, and but at a loss, right? Many of those rats, to keep the same metaphor, will drown in the sea. But that is their fault for making their choices. Anyways, DGI, the Dow, the Dow. Yeah, I've been watching these. The Dow's pressures are probably helping the downwards, but I don't think like none of these are really blood red, but none of them are big greens. I noticed that when the market first opened. So the Nasdaq is doing pretty decent, probably all the stimulus money, um, versus the Dow, which is not really hype by any means. Um, but yeah, I think this is helping. I mean, if the Dow was up 3%, I think AMC would definitely flatten out. But because it's not, and the S&P is, you know, doing its okay thing, I think that's not doing much. They're kind of giving us a neutral overall. Uh, no, well, then that's good for us. If if everyone's being cautious today, then our stock is a hype stock. So people won't waste their disposable money on a hype stock if everybody's being cautious. So that will be quite good for driving down the price today. And GME will definitely suffer as a result because they're a hype stock with no future, and we're a hype stock with a good future. But short-term outlook for AMC is poor for at least another, well, at least for today. I don't know. Wednesday we should see a turnaround. GME might tank on Wednesday and we might be able to punch through. I'm hoping GME does like a comeback kid on Wednesday and then we just like quadruple down. Like we would just fly to the moon because that pressure of GME is not there. Then GME can crash on Thursday and we'll be out of the market by end of Wednesday, or midday Wednesday. So because we don't want GME to tank when we're taking off because it will completely hold us back. So, and if the Dow could take off tomorrow, that'd be good too. You know, if the whole market could just line up with the stimulus, I'll take it. So that's my bet for tomorrow. But right now we're just waiting. Gotta let this play out. So far, so good. Yeah, it's good you guys are educated. I don't have really the time or the care to go check on all the news. A friend of mine did send me an alert that the second wave of the COVID variants are turning out to be pretty nasty. Um, but it looks like they have them under control at the moment. But that's not to say they might lose control. And if the vaccines prove to be ineffective or whatever, then that's going to spell like nuclear wasteland for us and most of the market. So we're going to have to keep that in mind, um, and pay attention to that. Even though, AMC is poised to bleach everybody and their small dogs, that's good. But if the government says no bueno to anyone leaving their house, then it doesn't matter whatever AMC does. And then they're going to be eating at their goodwill and their money and their debt. But good news is they've already survived once. They know what they're doing, and what they're doing has been proven to work. So we should be okay from the institutional standpoint, because if anyone's going to come out of this swinging, it's going to be AMC. So that's what institutionals want to hear. They know they're going to take a hit, cool, but they know that they've already came out swinging once, and this is no different. This is nothing new. So Yeah, I think we're still in a good position. We have an overall good positive outlook. Um, it's just a matter of getting there. Okay, so GME is definitely spiking us up, but you see how this is like some mangled ass garbage here, right? So this is probably our buyers kicking in because we're getting later in the day, but this really needs to mellow out. We could argue maybe there was a U shape here, but this is too much. This is going to get retracted, and the same thing here. There's no shape in a stock pattern that does this. That happens if there's a sudden change. Somebody says, "Hey, we just announced a new pharmaceutical that cures cancer." Womp. So that could be a news article, robots spying on news, but that's generally not a shape that stays. So it goes right back down, and then the proper course of action happens. So usually that does not hold. So we'll see. I'm expecting it to go back into the U shape or continue on its downward trend. But we're getting into the buy period time, so they may be able to keep it and get it to go sideways for the rest of the day. And that will give us the height we need, right? So we're probably getting into the buy period real soon, but we'll have to see. Yeah, I don't think GME is going to take off. I could be proven wrong, but I've had a good streak so far. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Once GME goes into like full panic sell and crashes into oblivion, which it's done before, then basically on its way back up, AMC will lift considerably higher with GME's revival, and then will become separate. Yeah, people will get burned. Monkey needs to be burned at least twice before he realizes, and this will be the third time. First, second was a week ago. This will be the third time. Yeah. So the monkey will learn. Actually, this will be if we have a major crash. This will be the second time. We did have a bit of a crash about a week ago um, when AMC was riding up in the 11s, whatever. Then we had like a little crash, 4 days ago? But we haven't had a 70% reduction crash in GME yet. All right, so this seems too much for me, but the pattern looks good. This looks stupid, but the pattern looks good. I don't know. I'm unsure about this, but it does look good. Like it looks like it has a little bit of legs, but this is not right. Hmm, hard call. Okay, I'm gonna go with we're going down. Let's just bet on the Dow dragging us down. GME, I don't have any indicators for GME. I'm sure there's stuff that influences GME, but I don't know of the indicators. Just curious how they're doing. Still too expensive for a company that doesn't make any money. Pay $70 for a company that's worth -$. Yeah. So this could form kind of like a sine wave. So we'll do this shape. Excuse me. Yeah, I expect us to get in this channel here. If it was indeed this was too far down, then we should be up here. But if that was the case, we would have saw more green spikes up. So to me, this is really where we should be, somewhere along this line. But we'll see. This could go into an S and just take off, but no, this is starting to roll. It has a potential to do that, but I think what you'll see is this, and then some type of gapping down, and then it gets us either back to this or we go down. The volume definitely kicked up, so people are more confident about whatever they're doing. So the confidence here, there's FOMO, fear of missing out in here, and there was confidence that this was too low. But this number right here, this guy here was unconfident, super low volume comparatively. So someone took the risk and then everybody piled in. But this is still happening. So this would be just down here. So it's still rolling, it's still leaking water. The ship hasn't been repaired. So we are basically lifted up, but we're still tumbling. So yeah, I don't think we're out of the woods. And the same thing here. So there was a lot of confidence in that buy, but same with GME. But the selling pressure was massive here. Sellers were huge here. Sellers were massive here, and we're currently over that line, right? So this is clearly a territory that the seller said, "Fuck off, we're going down." But let's see. I think this is mostly FOMO. It's getting close to a technical breakout, but I don't like it. If this is a large red, then it would knock out AMC hopes of going up. Fuck, I hate this indecision. It's I hate not knowing. It's so hard. Yeah, I think we're going down. It's hard to tell. The buyers definitely want to prop it up, but the chart says down. And AMC is basically treading water as well. GME will start gapping down after it gets below 170. Let me zoom out. So we did this earlier, went over this earlier. So yeah, once it hits 170, then it goes down to 170. It goes down to 152 and 145 area. So that's a drop of, got to do it the other way around. It's a drop of about 12% on top of what we have already. So did GME get paused? Oh, they are currently paused. Okay. No, they're going. Never mind, sorry. I was wondering if they triggered a circuit breaker yet. They're at negative 16. But no, they're still running. So that's very healthy. But I think this is just because GME is going sideways. This is the natural growth that we have, but this will get erased. So you could buy in now and then just wait for GME to roll and then sell on the first red. But I think the risk outweighs. That's going to be probably a fairly sudden drop. So if you got in here, then yeah, you could have played it. But we missed the mark. Now in hindsight, we've missed the mark on that one. But that's too risky for my blood. Yeah, yeah, I think that's right. Ugh. Yep. Yeah, if you're looking for a buying position on AMC, there's you have to wait for GME to crash or finish whatever the hell it's doing right now. This is technically a pendant, but it's just pissing around here. Well, at least I dodged a 9% loss on my 60K. Feels good. Oh, you know what? We could do with an anchor. Speed this up. Let's just drag that down, right? There we go. All right. I'll let AMC do its thing, but just a reminder. Excuse me. Well, institutionals may not be in GME, or if they are in, they're in super low. But yeah, you just need the retail investors to go sour on it. And then once that happens, it's gone. And then as long as we don't go sour, but we got a lot of institutional, so we're good. Okay. All right. This looks like nap time. I'm just gonna curl up on the couch here. There we go. Yep. The song of our channel. All right. This might be a good short-term buy-in period. We should be done the dip for the day at this point. So, I mean, really, you're done the dip by 10:30. Um, we should see buying pressure increase. So this volume is, 1 second. I don't know what's with my nose today, but it's like allergies that I don't have. Yeah, so the volume should ramp up as we're getting further in the day. Let's see, and there's a huge buy sell here, and it ended up crushed. And by huge, just comparatively, it's bigger. It's not really that big, but so there's no love for going down or going up. Let's see the volume on this guy. So it's just gapping up because the spread is big. See the volume. The volume is no commitment. So it looks good, but there's no commitment on the volume, which means as soon as the sellers kick in, you'll get knocked out. How are we doing? We're following suit with GME. No volume. Someone just did a huge buy. Someone's clearly using GME as their indicator. That was stupid. Clearly not a professional. Yeah, GME turned around, cool, but no volume. So it means shit all. Just means a few people dumped their money in, brought up the number, and then a few sellers will let it go a little higher and then they'll nuke you. That was dumb. Yeah, whoever did that. Yeah, so it looks like we're not out of the woods. As I said, you probably could make a bet back here. You might be able to get a little bit into this. If it gets over 1292, it has a technical breakout. It'll have a lot of energy to go up. The sellers just took a dirt nap. This is a nice run, but the volume says this is just nobody. That's going to come back hard. So this is going to come back with a massive red. A, they're not paying for this on their way up. B, the volume is slow. And C, it's a negative day. So this is going to result in a massive red. Or one of these is just going to get cut down. So yeah, and that's going to throw, if we're still going red, that's going to throw us back down here. Yeah. So let's see. If GME does not get a big red, then it may be time to buy AMC because they're going to just dump money. So let's see what. Let me get my brokerage lined up. My brokerage is actually loading up today. I guess yesterday it was like lagging so hard. guess nobody's trading today. Okay. So we're still trending down. So I'm waiting for that big red somewhere into here. And that'll just drop us back into where we should be. The reality is we should be somewhere down here. But this kind of lifted us. I really wish there was a cut and paste. I could just grab this and put it down here. Because, yeah, it's basically where we should be. But should and what happens is completely different. So if the market says we're going to go for a run, well, fuck it, we're going for a run. You can't fight the market. Come on, give us a big red. You know you want to. Just give us a nice big red. Put the nails in your coffin. Let the ship sink. It's old and crappy anyways. Come on. Come on. No, we're sinking. GME is still no volume, doing nothing. That was 600 shares. That's 500 shares. This is 2,000, 2,900. So the volume is just crickets. That was 100. Like one person traded, or 10, or one person with a $10,000. Like just nothing. Absolutely nothing. Man. I think for AMC, there will be a good comeback. I don't think the risk is that high. We may, like, because right now it's positive buying territory. So this one, it needs to come back down to this black line. And then we can form up a floor. This might be the most of the damage for the day. But we're too high right now for my liking. We should be here or on this line. So to me, this has to come back down. But I could be wrong. And so same thing here. We're too high. So I want to see us at least in between these two lines before I'm buying. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you bought here on GME and you sold up here, let's see here, you would have made 1%. The problem with that is that, the risk of you going down is high. And why get your 1% here when you can get your 2% here or whatever? What's this one? This is 5%, 4%. So you could have made 4% if you did the same thing to AMC. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Ooh, that gapped up. That's gonna... I think someone's just having a robot. They're definitely as soon as GME technicals say buy, AMC just gets these spikes. I wonder if someone set up a robot. I wonder. Be easy money, I guess. Hmm. At least the velocity is also slowing down. Let's put a marker here. All right. I guess I'm in for a buy. All right. So this is a little too much, but I think we're good to at least this line. If we get over this line, then we're back into this territory. So basically we have a good 2% that we could do in growth at a risk of, let's say, 1.2%. So let's see GME. So GME is just dumping money, like, because they're over their technicals. So see the lines here. So they're gonna just try to surge. It might not last, but they're gonna try. So they decided no U shape for them. So they're gonna pay for that later. This all has to be paid for. But if they can go long enough, they'll establish a new support in here. But the fact they're over this bit, I think they're riding the support lines that are in here, which are good for now. But we'll see. I may have picked the worst time. This was good. This is bad. They should be clear. There shouldn't be, well, I mean, there's negative pressure, but the technicals say they're good, and our technicals say we're good. This is where we're getting indecision. So this is GME dragging us down. Because now we're starting to go into a pendant shape when we should be trying to break through this line. Yeah, even GME's gapping up. Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. So this is going to become an S. Ooh, that's cool. Nice roundy. And then a little guy here. And then a little retraction or something. And then a big guy. Not to scale. Yeah, there's our technical breakout. Knew that was going to happen. Now this just has to hold flat or go positive. I don't care which one. Just stay off my friggin' back till I can get my money. That's just profit taking because it went up quickly. It's going to get crushed. So far, so good. This is going to take off. Probably to 13 something. Oh, that's green. Double green. Good. How's the Dow? Good. All right. This is going to cleared for takeoff. Oof. Bad time to sell. You're gonna lose money. Rocket time. Dow's still up. Yep. GME's major green. This baby's gonna launch. Warp. Get the warp drives. Our pre-flight checklist is all green. Ah, who the hell are these people selling? Come on. Look at that. Look at that ridiculous green. No time for selling. This is bat country. And if we can stay away from this red line, it's going to get harder and harder to sell. Is there some type of support line here that I don't know of? Right there. Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of turbulence in here. It didn't want to get over 13. Let's put a line here. That's probably going to be a stealing. But at least get to the line. Come on, let's go. Push, push. Where the going's good. Dump those dineros. You can sell here. Ah, son of a bitch. Come on. Oh, you know what you need? I think you need citrus. There's the moon. I was looking for that one. Here, there you go. Enjoy the citrus. Let the citrus flow through you. I don't think we're in for a crash. That's over with. There might be a retraction, which is normal. But judging by how much, judging by how much is going on right now, I think we're okay. This will act as a support line. I think we're going to probably regain most of our negativity today. So we're probably going to go up about 7%. Yeah, we needed to do a U-shape, but because we dragged it out long enough, it's getting too late in the day. So basically, we're completing the U-shape now, but they just kept it afloat. So that's why I got in, because it's like maybe we could have came back here, but it's getting too late. So now we're going to go up and we're going to basically make a giant U shape. This went down a little too far. This went up a little too fast, but you can see the big U, right? So there's the macro U. So this actually could go down a little here. Like that, right? So now we're still a little early, but it all depends on the volume there. That's more like it. So that's excellent. And then I'll hold my position till tomorrow midday, because no matter where we finish today, tomorrow's going to be nuts. Yeah, so I didn't get the best buy-in, but I dodged. And we'll just keep an eye on GME. GME. So I was off by 1 minute. So there's your big stick. This should be a smaller stick. Your red retraction, and then a bigger stick. Close enough. Yep. Classic pattern. I don't know what the hell this is called, but it's like big, medium, small, small, takeoff. Because you're going up, the sellers are like, no, I need to sell. And then once you get rid of them, you slingshot because nobody's holding you back. So yeah, let's keep an eye on this. But money in the bank. I would say as long as this is not huge, this would be a buy-in point. We're not done going up yet. Yeah, yeah, we're definitely not done going up. Next stop is 1337. So, and then once we get there, we can gap up to 1402. Yeah, I don't think we're done yet. If GME exceeds this guy, then it's a sell just because GME will then turn on us. But so far, so good. I am up $1,000. Yay! Now GME's starting to turn on us. How are we reacting? Poorly. We are overreacting for sure. Actually, you don't need the citrus. You need the citrus. There we go. So now we're coming back to our support line, which then should go green. We shouldn't have so easily broke through that line. If GME goes green in any amount or reduces this red, we should sling up. Oof. All right. So that's bouncing off the technicals. That was delayed. But that was probably delayed because GME pulled it down. So the sellers that are going to kick in. So this is probably your sell point for this run. If this does not exceed this red, then it's your sell point. If it exceeds this red, then screw GME, we're going up. So GME is now on its technical, so that should buy us some time. It's on the support line, so we should be going up because that pressure got off of us. And that was just one seller. Nothing to worry about. Okay. Still good. Yeah, I think we're still good. There. I could just use the chart there instead of dragging my thing around. Okay, so the next drop is now, but let's see if it goes back to the black line. Nope. All right. I'm abandoning my position. Preview order. Yep. And double check. Wow, that's difficult. It stopped, and we're still, there's a lot of, hard to tell. Our buyers are very strong right now. As soon as GME slows down, oh, All right. We're doing good. Yeah, as long as GME goes flat or sideways, I think we just need a little bit more. This is a very good trend. Fuck it. Come on. Get us up and over while GME's dirt napping. And see, it just erased us. Come on. Yeah, give me Vanna White. Give me an S. Yep. I want the monies. Emergency rations. Just stay up for a tiny bit. Eh. All right, let's go. No, you piece of crap. Up. Yeah, we just need 13.20. 10 cents. 10 cents. Give us 10 cents. We're still good. That's just over. So long as we don't make new bottoms, we're good. So the next one should go finally up and over. Come on. You can do it. Yeah, this is definitely discount price here. That's why I got pushed back up. Then we should just have a big surge as the rest of the common unwashed public figure out that this is on its way up. Come on. GME is taking a dirt nap. This is good. We got this. The Dow's going up. No, GME gap down. Come on, lemons. Repel. Okay, good. Now, no, don't get below the black line. Take that sweet GME dollars and go up. Come on. Yes, let the hate flow through you. Come on, surge up, get over the red. Just need a penny. Oh my God. Yeah, there you go. Now, go for a run. Yep. Our buyers are losing confidence. We should have gone up a lot higher because of that. Maybe we'll get it in this minute. We have 5 seconds left. But that should have been a lot bigger. Oof. Last minute. Come on. Take off. Ooh, not a good sign. Definitely not a good sign. If this doesn't get pushed back, that's pretty bad. So we're going into a W here. And we're collapsing at this piece right here. I think this is just overreaction. We're a positive stock, so we should always be trending upwards. But when GME let off the pressure here, we didn't capitalize on it much. So that means we got some negativity looming over our heads, which is not a good sign. Still good. Come on. Yeah, I think that was an oversell from that red. They kind of panicked. But the market is saying it doesn't care. So what the hell is going on? Yeah, we got like a air of negativity on us. So we're going into a pendant shape with a potential to break down. All right, fuck it. I'm out. Yeah, that's getting too negative for my blood. All right, I closed my position here. So I went from here to there. So it might be trying to complete the original U shape, and if so, we're gonna go, because now that U shape is probably like this, right? So it might try to wiggle its way to here, um, or it'll crash. It'll pull down as soon as it gets close. It'll pull towards it, but we were riding pretty high, so it's also possible maybe we're completing the macro U, to here. I don't know. Yeah, it all depends on how it's feeling. But this will give us support. So that's like a support line as well, but instead of being straight, it's curved. Um, and that kind of symbolizes it's oversold and people gain their confidence back. So it's too much, I sell. Now it's too low, I buy. And that makes it you. Yeah. All right. I can let this crash now since I'm out of the market. So this puts us back on our trend line from yesterday. So we're back in this channel as we were going down yesterday. That's pretty cool. So we had basically an over sell off, and this is its compensation for the over sell off. But look at that, we're trading right against the line. Dem market. It is it is a beast. And that can represent maybe the institutionals are selling off at a certain rate. So it crashed and they buy back in, and now they're back on selling off at a certain rate. Or this line represents the sum of happy and sad. Sad's winning by this rate. So when everything slows down, you're more likely to go back to trend lines because there's less pushing you away from normal behavior. So, we'll see how this plays out. It'd be pretty cool if it continues like for a long period of time. So now we're done the dip, which was here or here. This is our buying power, and it's already waning. So that is pretty negative for the rest of the day. But we'll see if we get a kick at 12 or 1 o'clock. But if 12 is usually your highest point, so if that's our highest point and 12 is not, you pretty much can say the rest of the day is a wash till we get to the very end where we might have a river card. So the tone has been set, this is our low and this is our high so far. We'll see. So we look like we're following suit, but with more positivity. So not bad. Did I make back my money that I lost earlier today? Let's see. Yep, I made 800. So I made just under 1,000. Lost 400. So I made 1,200. Yeah, not bad. Okay. I'll update the community cache. Today 800. Lost 400, went up 1,200, so I finished at 800. So it looks like it's following course. It hasn't decided which one of these lines that it wants. Drawing is so helpful. Maybe it wants the top line. Because this black line is going to serve as a ceiling or a floor. So it's going to be repelled or pulled towards or one or the other. So if we can get far enough away from it, we'll go for this line. If we go up here, then we're going to bounce against it. Or we're going to be pulled over and bounce against it. Or take off or crash. So, yeah, interesting to see what will happen next. Good. So that's going to probably pull us down. Yep. So the S&P's kind of gone neutral. NASDAQ starting to decline a little bit. Dollar's still going. Yeah. Short-term negativity, which aligns with the medium-term chart patterns. So we just have to wait till 11:30. If that's a question for me, yeah, AMC is still looking good, and GME is not gone nuclear yet. GME would be a worry when we get back to 196, but you should be okay until we get to about 11:30. If we go below 1278, I would bail. But you can't day trade, so there's no point in bailing. We've survived the worst of it, I think. Unless we go down really fast. If GME goes like straight down the screen, AMC is going to follow. As long as GME is slow, trickle, I think we can outpace them. So Well, you don't lose any money until you sell. So you just wait like 3 days and you'll have your money back. Exactly. Yeah. If you can't buy and sell in the same day, then you just buy the dips and you just have to wait it out. Yeah, exactly. Never sell at a loss if you can avoid it. I don't know why you got in at 1350 though. Unless that's when I bought here. 13. Yeah. Yeah, if you're in here, then just wait for us to come back out. Yeah. Yeah. You're just gonna have to ride the turbulence. I have the luxury of avoiding the turbulence, but I lose out on some of the gains, right? So I missed almost all of this. I caught all of that, and then I bailed here. So I got pretty much this out of all of this, which is not a lot. That's the thing about day trading. So I missed out on 3% and I got probably 2. But I dodged that. So that's the price. Reduce risk means reduce profit. High risk, high profit. Also high losses. So you just got to pick your poison. It's unfortunate that didn't rocket even further. But yeah, our coffin was nailed here. And then we had a chance here. And nope. So there's your 1, your 2, boom. Yeah. No dice. Or if you got in here, 1, 2, crash. Yeah. Yeah, so it's pretty much on target. So once it gets to here, this is now the deciding what you're going to do. So it's still just bleeding off. At least I made some money today. Yay! Oh, I can update this too. Okay, we're now at 55,800. There we go. Oh, it's so cold in this house for some reason. Yeah, when you realize that $800 is more than most people make in a day, it's it's good. Because you're like, well, I get paid $20 an hour, but after income tax, nope. Yeah. Day trading is net net positive. Because why would you do that? Am I reading that right? For the majority, is day trading a net negative game? Nah, you wouldn't do it if it was net negative. Um, the day trading just gives you the flexibility in bailing out. Um, so in the long term, most stocks perform well. So getting in and out of the market is not as good as just staying in and riding it all the way. But we're playing highly volatile stocks that move 3% up, 3% down, 4% up, 5% down, and at the end of the day, they might be up, let's say 1%. So if you try to catch those valleys and peaks, you can be up 10% on a 1% day. And that's the value of day trading. I use day trading in a sense that I hop in, ride it out, but as soon as I see risk, I get out. And so that way I can protect my wealth instead of getting screwed. But I often miss a lot of the runs as well. But it allows me to play risky stocks. Like AMC is going to be $30 someday, but we're ahead of the curve right now. So you have a lot of risk that we go back down to 10 before we go up to 30. So, yeah. Usually long term is always up, especially, the stock market has been on a tear for almost 20 years. So it's all a matter of perspective. The average good stockbroker makes about 40% a year. So they'll make 100, 200, then they'll lose like half of it. Like I suffer 30, 40% losses all the time. Because you're like, oh man, I'll ride this out. And then you're like, oh Christ, it's going to 70 or zero. And then you have to take that 30% loss so you don't take a 70% loss. Um, and those are really hard calls because selling is always generally a bad thing. But like AMC here is a good example. I had to take a 30% loss because we were going from 16 and there was no end in sight. So I took a loss, I think, at 7, and then I bought back in at 5. But if I would have rode that all the way out, I wouldn't have lost any money. But I also would have been susceptible to potentially going down to $1 and never coming back. So you have to make those calls. I should have sold earlier, but I had, just like I have right now, a lot of confidence in AMC, but my timing was off. Um, so now I'm a little wiser. I won't make that mistake again, but yeah, it's a risky business, but the payoffs are good. So yeah, right now I'm actually recouping. In all honesty, I'm recouping my money. I was at 61,000 US and I got dinged right down to 38, and then I've been climbing back. I made 32% last month, but I'm almost in the clear. And then I start paying dividends to my people that loaned me money. Because, yeah, I don't have this much money to play with. I just started a couple of weeks ago after taking a long siesta on stock trading. So, yeah, no, it's a risky business, but so far so good. You just got to find a horse that pays out. Because, like, right now, we're sitting watching the screen. Oh, 1 second. Sorry for the delay. The plumber's here for some stuff to modify the bathroom. So, and I just decided to get some food. I was holding it off since the critical point was coming, but I'm like, since I'm up, gonna get some steam buns into me. So, see how GME is doing. Flat. So we're still on the fence. So we broke the point, but we didn't start to curve up. So it's looking negative. So we'll see. But yeah, we should see increased negativity then if that's the case. At least I walked away with some money today. All right, steam buns were delicious. So let's see where we are. Yeah, we could have a sloppy crown kind of going here. And so if and that would make sense too, because you have this large wall here that we kind of paid for here. And we paid for this, so we built up a good floor. But if we can't get the energy we need, we're basically gonna plop back down. Or keeping this kind of trend angle. So if we look at an angle between these lines kind of deal, so maybe somewhere around here. So we'll drop into this territory, completing the crown, and then continue basically a very elongated U, right? That might be where we're going. So basically what I drew here, this, we're going to go across or we're going to drop down and come over. This might just be the drop down, come over. It's just elongated, right? We just delayed a little because of this. but realistically, we were headed there the whole time. So I don't know. We'll have to see. But regardless, nothing says up, right? What's actually happening doesn't matter because we only have to guess direction. We don't have to actually guess how much. And I can never guess how much. That's hard. All right. Well, I guess I can guess how much in some cases because support lines and stuff. But yay. See how this all plays out. Blood clotting. Oh, you're talking about people dying from the new strains, yeah. But it doesn't matter if people die, especially old people. It's good for an economy. The more old people that die, the better your economy is, because fundamentally they're burdens financially. But if too many people die, well, then no one buys your products. So yeah, that's not good for the economy because you lose your workers and so forth and so forth. So from a purely making money point of view, as long as it doesn't start killing off young people, don't worry about it. Not a problem. Yeah, that's my plan backstop. Although the boomers would take out my parents, I think, or their boomer children. I mean, I don't really want Gramps to die, but you know, yeah. Well, realistically, it's not bad for an economy. Um, you basically want no babies, no mothers, and no old people. You just want people that are young, healthy, and working hard is the best thing for the economy. But obviously, just knocking out your elderly is morale problems appear, right? So, but if you have to choose between the economy and the old people, a lot of countries choose neglect and they just hope the old people problem goes away. And then that's kind of what you have historically in like Asian cultures and what even Hispanic cultures, why they have strong families because you have to, or even Africa too, actually. The government's not there, so you have to take care of your elderly. And so it becomes a cultural thing because, yeah, they're a burden, but you're going to be there too, and you don't want to be abandoned. So, anyways, it's something to look into as a side thing. Why we wait for this to trend, but yeah, it's interesting how that all comes to be um, from an economic standpoint. But I think the future is monitorizing the elderly. So the elderly have experience, knowledge. Um, they might be outdated, but nowadays with the advent of computers, they're not as outdated as they used to be. We went through a technical revolution, right? It's like going from horses to cars and then cars to computers. Okay, so now we're going from computers to computers. Like, so it's not going to be a big jump when we become elderly. So it's exploiting our knowledge and our experience is probably going to be the next cash cow. Don't mind that background noise. They're just drilling holes through my house. Yeah. Yeah, Japan is ahead of the curve when it comes to um, hmm, self growth, the core of itself. They're up there with like how the Romans and the Stoics, where it's the core of oneself. But the modern day Western culture, you can't do what Japan is doing. So it's very impressive that Japan has managed to keep their culture of caring for the elderly. But in all honesty, if you actually look into it, Japan has a horrible human rights record of abandoning elderly people, letting them die in a house. So yeah, it's nice that the culture shows that they're nice, but the track record doesn't match. And whereas like Western culture, we have old care homes. We make sure that people that fall through the cracks get caught, right? So where Japan, it's kind of yeah, it looks good, but don't dig too further. Um, we're all working from home in Ottawa, but oops, that is annoying. But yeah, life is pretty much back to normal here. Just a lot of things that are um, too close, like theaters and stuff, are all closed still. Yeah. All right. Let's see if we're getting back on track since we had a bit of a diversion here. So it's still trending down. So looks like it's just going to be par for the course for the next bit. For this to be a crown shape, it needs to have a sudden drop. So if the sudden drop is to happen, it would be now to come and collapse down. Because basically, we went through the whole thing, and the key to a crown is that if you bought here, you rode through the whole thing, and now you're back to zero. So all of these people are going to lose money. The people that helped surge it up, all of these people have lost their money. They're back to zero. So basically, the only people left to hit it and quit it are these guys. So you get the equal rush down if it's a proper crown. If not, it's just peaks and valleys, and you're basically doing an M or a W. So this guy here, then we have new. We don't make new lows, okay? So maybe then we're starting to trend out. It's possible. As long as we keep making new highs, we stay away from old resistance lines and we start new ones, then we'll see. So we're kind of at the precipice of what's going to happen. For GME, they just surged up to the trend line, but they're still not over it. So they're still on course for down, which means we're on course for down. But the short term may be a crash just because of this, because it wasn't paid for per se, or at least this part wasn't paid for. So yeah, we'll see. Either way, I'm not in any hurry to do anything because we're just following the trend right now. So yeah, I'm just sitting here pounding down some miso soup now. Speaking of Japan, Just watching this. If it goes off course, then I'll chime in. But the empty air is me eating, so you don't have to hear it. All right, noodles are pounded down. Good stuff. So this is making a nice S here, but I think GME is still going to be our problem. Excuse me. There we go. Just had to get rid of some of that pop. Yeah, or soda for the rest of you. So yeah, we gapped up to the line, which is expected, and that gave us a little bit of a boost, but we're pretty much following a downwards line as well, eh? Um, in my experience, you don't normally see the same trend line for two different stocks. So if I was to measure, actually, I'm curious now. So if I was to measure the trend angle of this, so this baby is negative 36, 38. Let's see how negative this guy is. He's negative 32. And if I follow the actual, oh, come on. If I follow the actual line, he'll be even less. So he's less steep than we are. That's interesting. So GME's doing a better job staying afloat than we are. If I put this in the middle, yeah, we're doing even worse. Interesting. They look very similar in steepness, but they evidently... Oh, wait. What the hell is that doing way up there? Oh, there we go. Yeah, 27, 28. Okay, so I wasn't paying attention or I screwed up. So 25, 24, 30. Okay, they're close. I was like, how am I way off like that? Sorry about that. Headphones turned themselves off again. All right, sorry. So, anyways, I was muted temporarily because I was pounding down noodles. I don't know when my headphones just shut off on themselves. Um, they're wireless, so they have an auto shutdown, but sometimes it doesn't say it's shutting down and it just turns off. Yeah, Corsair makes solid products. So, anyways, what I'm doing here is I measured out the time it took it to fall, so I could measure out the time it takes it to rise. And we're just going to wait for the current trend, which is a downwards 30 degrees, to smash into the side of the U. That could be. So I think we're just lifted up. A little bit of excitement lifted us up, but I think we're going to run into the more medium term pattern, and we'll see what happens once we smack into it. Yeah. And GME is still trending along its line. Every attempt to go over, it's pushed down. So everything is proceeding as planned, Admiral. No surprises so far. Except for maybe the fact that people wanted to dump a ton of money here. That kind of caught me off guard. The rest of it, pretty predictable. Yeah, this is probably the only part today where it's was a little weird. But 'tis what it is. Okay, looking good. Oh yeah, tomorrow is going to be rocket ships. Oh, we might actually get the crown after all. So if it tries to go and do the crown, right, and drops straight down, then right now it's hitting the U shape. So the U shape is providing a support. Oh, it's going right through. So the end of that sentence was, let's see how strong that U shape is. And if it does go through like this and doesn't come back, then we're going to complete the crown, which means, as I said earlier, those people that went up on the green, they're coming right back down. And that also means this is wrong. So this needs to shift to here, and this needs to shift to here. So we're actually going to crash here. So this is giving us the, oh, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here. Here we go. This would be more accurate. So we got a lot more to go before the upswing reaches the next guy. Yep. Rip. So, yeah. We'll see what happens. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be rocket propelled money cannons. I just looked at Reddit to see what's going on, and everyone's just copying, pasting, hold the line, uh, whatever. It's like I get the sentiment. It's nice, but you're telling people to catch knives that are falling. The volume's slowing down considerably, which is kind of odd considering this is high up. But I guess we did have a bit of a slowdown. Yeah, we're still going along really good, but we're not going along at Mach 1. We're now at cruising speed. Yeah. But we are picking up speed again, but not in the correct direction. But that's all right. I'm out of the market, so it can do its thing. and then I can get back in on the way up. So now they're starting to trend on the line or over the line. We'll see. All right. I'm not currently muted. I just had to send a text message. We're still just running the course. So as I said earlier, I'm on medical leave, but the insurance is taking its dear sweet time coming in. So I don't mind. I'm winning more than enough on the stock market, but I kind of would like to get what I paid in. They take $100 from me every paycheck, $200 a month or so. They can pay up. Yeah, it's picking up. So the negativity is just increasing. I'm just watching the same screen you are. Keeping an eye on GME there on the side. No. You shouldn't buy until we hit that blue line at the bottom or we hit that apex on the right. Anything above is too high. Anything below is oversold. But it depends on how fast we go down. But I wouldn't touch the market until 12:45, I guess, or just before it. Oh my God. Well, you just said I should be buying now. Oh, that wasn't should I be buying now? I misread that. Sorry, I misread it. Yeah, I know you're in at 13.15. Yeah. Yeah, I got in at about the same and I had to kill my position because it obviously, nope, this was coming. My spidey senses were warning me. Yeah, part of a longer conversation. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. The chat continues. Don't worry, it's just a sale. Don't worry, I'm not selling. I'm not selling. Except you're selling. People are selling. Tisk tisk. Reddit chat. I'll put the Reddit chat back in here now that it's staying up permanently. Maybe I'll have it up for tomorrow. Gives us something to do when it slows down. Yeah. Yeah, I could play Mario. I could fire it up. Yeah, but we only have to wait probably another 15 minutes, if that, and then it should pick up again. Hmm. Yeah, that's my view as well. Even today, we might see a huge surge at some random point because everyone's waiting for it to stop bleeding, and then they're all going to pile in for tomorrow. So, like, I'm waiting with 60K or so to pile in as soon as this is done going down. So, I think GME and AMC are going to both get the stimulation from the stim money tomorrow. So, it's just a matter of when to buy in. But I don't think we're done yet. Not until GME decides to turn around, which it looks like it's getting a little bit of money now. Yeah. So now it's trending over, but it's still not out of the woods. Yeah. We'll see. I'll prep my brokerage to buy. Okay. Looks like I can buy 4,200 shares. Excellent. If I recall correctly, wash. Well, no, the so when when you I don't know how that affects your buying, but the idea of a wash is that you only pay tax once on the profit you made. So if you buy, I'm buying soon potentially. So if you buy something for $100, you sell it for 200, you pay your tax, that 200 is now tax free. So if you then go and lose some money and win some money, you don't pay tax on it because you can think of it as you're always paying tax, but you can remove the negatives, or you can think of it as you only pay tax on new money, whichever way you want to look at it. So that's when it all goes out in the wash. That's what, to my knowledge, that means. In the case of buying and selling in the same day, you can collapse all the buys and all the sells together. And then if you have positive money, you pay tax. If you have no positive money, you don't pay tax on the money you lose. So that might be it. So, no, I was looking to buy if it could hold above this trend line, but it's not. We're doing pretty good, but I was just getting prepped because it takes me forever to set up a buy order. So I was just getting prepped. Okay. Excellent. Everything's in order. No. I don't know about US, but in Canada, no. So if you had $100 and you ended up with 50, you lost half your money. And then with that 50, you decided to win, 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 win. You're still paying no taxes until you get over $100 because the first $100 was crystallized, right? And then as soon as you lose, your debts write off your winnings. Um, you can think of it as just addition, subtraction, or a line graph, whatever way you want to look at it. But your money is technically crystallized. So as soon as you win with your money, you pay tax once, and that money is tax free. Wherever it goes, it no longer has to pay tax on. Um, but an easier way to think of it is that your losses take away from your tax pays. So yeah, you only pay taxes on your gains. You can think of it that way. But the more technical is that every gain you make can only be taxed once. So, and your losses aren't taxed. So if you made money on your 60,000, you made 20,000, you pay tax once. If you go below or above or whatever, it doesn't matter until you start making fresh money outside of the 60 plus 20 that you now have. Um, but yeah, it's crystallizing your money is what they call it. Basically, the stock market has very good preferential tax treatments. It's definitely um, it's definitely a great thing. Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm just pushing along my medical leave at my workplace. They I my work email locked me out because I haven't signed in so long, and then it's like, well, I want my insurance money. Yeah, y'all getting gains? I should start making memes. Oh, so the US, you can't claim them if they're bought and sold repeatedly. So you still have to pay tax on them? Huh, sucks. Yeah, not in Canada, as far as I know. And if the whatever CRS is listening, oh. But as far as I know, for Canadian tax, um, yeah, you're basically only charged 15% on whatever you make, and then you offset your losses against it. Stretch Hummer daily. That's. I mean, personally, I like Lambos for doing groceries. I put in like the soups near the engine. You just go for a couple minutes down the road, piping hot soup. You know, a Lambo is the best grocery car. It it cooks your vegetables. It pasteurizes your milk. Just make sure you keep it under I guess 8,000 RPMs, unless you want your milk turned into cheese by the time you get home. Oh, they're going on about the gamma squeeze now. Good old Reddit. We've moved past ladder attacks. Now we're back to the gamma squeeze. Next it'll be the 27th, I believe, where they have to add up all these synthetic shares, and then the Illuminati will come down, and that's what I should do. I should start making like Nostradamus kind of posts and be like, but the Mayans on their calendar predicted this stock, and then connect like the thinnest of conspiracy in a comedic way. But if the lizard people, and count them, there's 10 scales in the photo. 10 goes to here, and because 10 has a 0 and it, 0 is a share price, but and then you go on this tangent. And a 0, if you turn a 0 sideways, holy shit, it's the eye of the Illuminati. Illuminati confirmed. Flash, 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 flash. uh, so good. So good. Maybe I'll treat myself to something yummy today, since I got 800 bucks. Let's see. Technically, I can't spend this until I get back up to 61. I gotta do my fiduciary duty to my clients, and by clients, my debt holders. Or I'm the debt holder. Yeah, no, whatever. The people that have indebted me. My claimants. So this is looking good. Congrats, this is the casino. Yep. Ooh, Supreme Witching Day. Well, good thing I'm in Canada, so the FBI can do whatever they want. I'd be surprised if the Chinese government isn't watching me, since I mentioned China like 4 times. I'm sure it's got picked up on some voice recognition software they got scanning the interwebs. I'll find out when I try to travel to China again that I've been on a blacklist for years. But my love for China kind of went down the drain when their government kind of went all out attacking Canada. It's like, yeah, you guys suck, and now you suck some more. And then they took 2 hostages. It's like, you buggers. But at least they haven't killed the hostages, so that's good. Yeah. Yeah, Hong Kong's good times. Actually, so on a side tangent while we wait for this to keep going, um, when you're crossing into China, they give you like you stand on a podium and they give you a full pat down. And you go through like a checkpoint at the airport that is essentially like an isolated room. So you walk in and then they do a full pat down, and then you walk through another like kind of airport gate security checkpoint metal thing, and then you get to you pick up your carry bag. But you're basically in if something went wrong, somebody would block the door and the guy that's beside you would attack you or whatever, right? So, anyways, while he's patting you down, though, act like you enjoy it. Chinese culture is homophobic and slightly racist, um, especially the olders. So, as soon as they're patting you down, right, it's normally about a 5 minute pat down. But if you act like you like it, they will pass you instantly. Although I guess it only works if it's guy to guy. But it was hilarious. I'm watching this guy get like this white guy in front of me that I met on the plane. He's getting pat down for like a solid 3 minutes. I get up there and I'm like, oh, oh yeah. It was like 30 seconds. He just went one leg, go. And I'm like, fuck yeah. I was just seeing it, testing my luck, but give it a try. I'd be curious to see if it pays out. But you see his face, and he's kind of shocked, and then he just tells me to get out of there. That was great. Um, anyways, yeah. And in Japan, you can't take photos of the security checkpoint going into the country. So I brought out my phone because I can't read anything that's going on. And I'm trying to translate what the hell's going on because I'm basically American security makes sense. The Japanese security was like a bunker, and I'm like, okay, I'm going through like some military style checkpoint with a ton of police. So it's like, what's going on? So as soon as I pull up my phone, this guy runs 2 inches in front of my face, and he's like, no, 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 and I'm like, I'm freezing, and I'm like, what? Then he points to a sign and it shows no photography. And then I'm like, okay. And he's still yelling no, like an inch from my face. So I step back and then I show him the phone that I'm trying to translate. And then he's like, okay, points, runs away. But like full tilt run, like back to his post. And it's like, what the fuck just happened? Like he just stormed a straight beeline, 2 inches to my face, yells at me, nods, runs right back. And it's like, what? But no, the Japanese are good. They're just hardcore, like rule followers. But that's the my experience so far. I haven't done Europe as a Canadian. I've done Australia, Singapore, China, and Japan. And when my health gets better, I want to do Southeast Asia more. But yeah, Japan's great. Love the place. But that was some weird ass. Like I almost shit my pants. Like he just runs at me, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. But Chinese security is more kind of like Soviet style. Lots of people with guns. I went to a train station, and they had like a soldier just standing there with an armored personnel carrier, and it's like, what the hell do you need this for? The U.S. kind of has that. Like Grand Central Station has Marines walking around, but I think that's more of the military trying to show off that they're useful and advertise more than actually we need Marines here because New York City is going to get bombed. Whereas China, it's more about suppressing uprisings, rioting, anybody that doesn't like the government. So, anyways, it's an interesting dichotomy. And of course, in Canada, you'd be lucky if you find a police officer even when you're in trouble. So, it's completely different from what I'm used to. Yeah. I mentioned bomb in there as well, right? China, bomb, bomb, China. I'm now on a watch list. Yeah. Oh, I went through JFK, yeah, and LaGuardia, no problem. Um, the U.S. security was definitely harsh. Like they're trying to be like needlessly harsh. Like they're trying to prove that they have some authority. And it's like, I get it, but you're airport security and I got nothing. So when you're done yelling at me and everyone else around me, let's just move this along because I got somewhere to go. But it's silly. Um, you get that sometimes with the U.S. border customs going from the United States to Canada. I had sunglasses on, and the guy's like, "Son, take those off," and I'm like, "What? Your sunglasses?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Instead of saying, I need to see your face, he just straight up chews me out. on my second trip to the United States on a bright sunny day. Like, I'm driving a vehicle. I can see why driving, like, how was I supposed to know? But anyways, just difference in culture. Yeah. Australian security was hilarious. I came in with a mangled backpack. It looked like it just got chewed up by Singaporean security, and they look at it and they're like, and I'm like, go ahead, inspect it, and they're like, yeah, we don't friggin' care. And then I walk through the British, Canadian, and Australian gate, which nobody. It was all. I was on an airplane with all Singaporeans, foreign nationals. They all had to be screened, and I walk through like the freedom gates, and the guards are just standing around talking, drinking coffee, like happy as can be. And I just walk in, walk out of the airport, no problem. And I'm like, the Commonwealth, so good. Uh, yeah, but anyways, yeah, and that's kind of Canadian security coming home is basically the same, except they don't divide the unwashed masses from the washed masses, if you will. So you have to stand in line and wait and wait and wait. But, you know, it is what it is. I like the preferential treatment based on the color of my skin. Why can't we all just be racist and culturalist? God. Anyways, so this is bucking the trend. So we avoided this, but we'll see if we intersect. And GME is still going. Okay, positivity. So this might be our buy-in point shortly. I want to see it go a little bit longer, but this is good. We're getting close to the end of this. So somewhere here, 12 something would be my get-in point. This is still way too high, but they're trying. Volume's medium. I might just get in for a gamble. Let's see if I can make another 800 bucks. All right. So we're getting pushed down, getting pushed up. Okay, I'm gonna get in on the gamble. Okay, so now I'm in, and we'll see how this plays out. So again, I missed a little bit of that upswing. Well, all of this if I bought down here, but it's a lot safer up here than right there. And if this continues, it'll go towards the black line, and then we'll see resistance, and then we'll kind of go wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. So it looks like we're about to get a surge. So we'll see. And then I'll hold this to overnight, depending. Yeah, well, as a airport security, I wouldn't let you take it on your checked bag either. Just because it's like, oh, it's empty. And you're like, yeah, and then it explodes half the airplane. But, obviously people transport more dangerous stuff than a stupid CO2 tank. Like you have people with, they banned them now, but when the Chinese were making 10,000 milliamp hours battery packs, they were all exploding on the airplanes, catching airplanes on fire left, right, and center. So like Australia, when you go there, there's huge things saying nothing bigger than this, and there's a huge garbage can of just lithium batteries, because all the Chinese visitors basically have to dump their mega terawatt generators that they're trying to bring on an airplane. Yeah, it was quite comical. Yes, or the lucky coins. Was that in Canada or the US? We had someone do that here too, and it was like, sweet Jesus. Oh, I just wanted to throw a lucky coin into the fucking turbines. Yeah, yeah. But we're going to see probably less and less of that from the Chinese. Uh, China is a young country, modern China, and so they're just getting their wealth now. So you have a lot of people that were farmers, peasants. They don't know anything to anything, and then all of a sudden they got money, and then now they do erratic things. And the British did the same. Every culture goes through this, but years of wealth, then eventually society forms to more of what we think is good in the West. Um, or you go even further and you get something like Japan. They've kind of gone past, they've transcended, uh, you know, society, if you will. But they need to modernize just a bit. Their views are very old, and they're losing touch with um, the reality that you can't let people die, and you have to have some social assistance, and you can't just spend your way out of any problem. But that's beyond the scope of this YouTube channel. But it's an interesting subject on economics and all that. So we're curving, but we're still holding. Yeah, lithium does not like going up. It requires the pressure. And then things start, water boils at low atmosphere. Yeah. High atmosphere will pressurize and then it will become more solid. But then at low atmosphere, when there's a vacuum, it boils because it's trying to go to a gas. And that the whatever the term is from going from liquid to gas, sublimates. No, that's the other way. Basically produces tremendous amounts of heat. And so the lithium explodes. So much so you're not supposed to transport anything that could take down an airplane. Yeah. I would say we're getting pretty close to the low for today. Yeah. Yeah, we're just letting this run its course. There's nothing too exciting going on at the moment. I might even boil the water for some coffee. I got in here, but it looks like it's not going to run. It may, when it hits this line here, it might go. Regardless, you want to be in for tomorrow, so you just have to pick a point in the next 2 hours. So, I don't think we're going to go past here. So you can have a choice somewhere in here, um, of your choice between 250 and 277. Yeah, and then you'll probably see just near the end. So let's say we're here. There'll be a huge buy-in from overnight investors and everybody that held off. So I don't know what's going to happen between this point and this point, but we'll see. I just kind of took a shot in the dark here. I still think I'm in a good position, even though I've lost almost 1%. But rip my $800. But we'll see. All right, I'm gonna boil some water, make a coffee, and then we'll just keep on this train. If it crashes in the meantime, which it shouldn't, but if it does, rip my bank account, and you can all laugh at me. But I think we're going to start. I don't know where this curve actually is. I just kind of drew an arbitrary line, but we should be seeing that there should be some upwards pressure starting soon. So you'll start to see a lot of greens. They might be small, but it's basically the reds can't push it down any further. And then it'll start getting bigger and bigger greens as it gets to the other side of this. As we go along the time axis, it'll get bigger and bigger trying to get to this line, wherever it might be. So, yeah, please try not to sell your family for AMC shares. Where Jer while I'm gone? I leave for 2 seconds, and you've sold your family to slavery. All right, and I'm back. Yeah. Coach is gonna bench you. Yep. So basically, just as I predicted. So the line must have been somewhere close. See how you're getting the little greens? It can't go down anymore, or it doesn't want to go down anymore. So that's good. So yeah, come in. Um, shit. The 13 is going to be the line you're going to need. Let me just let the person in. So it's just a matter of getting there. But so far it's looking good. So I don't know if we're going to get up there in the time we have left. Actually, I guess we have more time. Yeah, so I guess this would be a decent buy-in spot. Yeah, GME's now gone over its collapse line. It's a bit of a gamble, but yeah, this might be the buy-in point to hold for overnight. We'll see. And while we're waiting for that, they are up 7%. Whoa. Funny. So let's see, the chat's probably all friendly now. Oh, my friend was top moderator. Now he's not top moderator. Lol. Let's see if this guy will unban me. Apparently there's some drama posts and he had to make a post in 48 minutes ago. Oh, thank you. Yep. Uh, okay, well, I'll get on that later. I got more important things right now. So far so good. Okay, just making sure my boss doesn't fire me. Good. Not that they can, but, you know, safety first. All right. So we're just running the course. So I think we're going to see slow growth basically for the rest of the day. And then we'll probably go back to where we started, if not higher tomorrow. So we'll get 8% overnight or by tomorrow morning. So we'll see. But yeah, I think the worst of it's over now. It took took a while here. This was definitely too much too quick, but we're now coming out of it. So I don't think we're going to do another roll and a crash. We could, but I don't think so. I think this is the U shape, and we're coming out of it. This was predictable. This was a little unpredictable. This is normal. Even if we make a V shape, that's perfect. We can make a really wide W. I think when we hit this, we're going to come back down a little bit, so we may actually make a very big W at the end of the day. So they skipped the U shape, jolted up. Now they're making another U shape, which is very healthy. So I expected it to follow the trend line a little bit more, maybe come back down, but they didn't want to. That's their prerogative. So now they're batting against this black line, but once they get over it, they just need to get up to 211. If the sellers stay off their back, they'll just slowly but surely climb. Because if you were going to sell, you would have already done it already. So it's now time for the buyers. You had all this time to sell, all this time to sell, so it's buyer time. And we'll just have to wait for that to run its course. Man, it's taking forever to get me in the green. Come on. I want a little bit of clearance. Yeah, I needed some food as well. Lunch was okay, but the coffee should help. just reading over Reddit now to pass the time. It looks like there's a leading post from Trey Trades. He's going all in with 34,000, and it's like 10 awards, and everybody's going nuts. It's like, oh my god, if that's your source of, no, I'm not getting out before end of day. Yeah, but yeah, I think when people find this stream, they'll like it. But I thought Trey had more money, like 36,000. That's all in. I'm doing double. And it's like, it's it's not a lot. Some people put in 500,000, so yeah. Plus, why wasn't he all in like previously? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Coffee down the air pipe. Oh, that was painful. Well, but the point is, it's like as you put in more and more money, they're going to be high risk. He's now all in on AMC, but I don't really know. I was just reading the posts and I was like, what? I thought he was had a lot more money, but that might be his all in for that amount or that stock. But yeah, I should just make some memes and use that as advertisement. Yeah. Unfortunately, confirmation bias does not pay the bills, so you have to do or die. That's why Wolf of Wall Street was a good movie for me. You know, he played the game, he broke the rules, and he got nailed for it. But the stock market's all about pushing the limits, and he did. That just the government, has rules. So he paid in the end, but the idea is not wrong. It's just he went a little farther than law would let him. So, but it's good. And the drug use, he could have dialed that back, but it was the 80s, right? So, or late 90s, can't remember. Early 90s, sorry, or late 80s. Yeah. Oh, he makes $3.2 million a year? Holy crap. How is he making that much money? And why would you be running a YouTube channel if you made that much money? People run YouTube channels to get money. Mm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like if you're super wealthy, you don't waste your time advertising unless it generates you money. So, bum bum ba bum. No, I think he's been doing it since December. Somebody said he had 100 subscribers in December. And so he just managed to pick up more people because, he got in at the right time. But that's all right. I'm not here to uh, measure dicks. I'm just here to make money. But I just thought that number seemed awfully weird. Yeah. Yeah. It's all weird. Well, maybe one of those serious medical issues is getting his facts straight. Like, I'm all for a little bit of exaggeration and hyperbole. It's part of being an entertainer, but you can't be that far off the mark. I'm all in, $10. But by the way, I have a Lambo outside. It's like, let's see if GME is going down. Someone is, yeah, they are. So they just got over the black line. They got pulled back, normal, but then they went and tanked instead of just a small retraction, a big one. Now, that's interesting actually, because GME, well, no, GME should get the same boost tomorrow. So there is no reason for people to be selling off from now to the afternoon, unless they were trying to milk this line here. Yeah, I was going to say maybe people are trying to get a GME because they don't want to be on a dying horse, but tomorrow is going to be cocaine for everyone. So even this dead, dying horse is going to have legs. And then it can die after the cocaine wears off. And we're like the start of the week, right? Yeah, we're on Tuesday. So we got all week to run. The stimulus will hit us midweek. It'll be great. Yeah, no reason to sell now. So I think we'll see a green that's going to come back and get rid of most of this red. Oh, man. But yeah, I think I should just make a bunch of memes for the and I'll do them all in MS Paint, so they're horrible. Kim, it's going to be the stimulus. The majority of the stimulus direct deposits released tomorrow. Yeah, so uh, Jordan, there's no need to be defensive. We're not silly redditors here. Um, but yeah, the idea like that AMC is going to be $5,000 air quote tomorrow is just the same as GME is going to be 10,000 or 69,420. It's my favorite. I think Robinhood prompts you for a get out point for profit and for losses. So I think that's why that idea of having to have a number came up, and then it got more and more and more absurd. Um, but the idea of having an exit strategy when he hits 10K is important. But the if it ever hit 10K, that's a bigger problem. Something's horribly wrong. So it's nice to have an idea of getting out when it's too high, but you have to set your too high into some reasonable place that you're going to actually hit in the time frame that you're thinking about. And these guys, their time frame is tomorrow, which is sometime soon, and that kind of time frame it maybe is 10 years, 5 years. You know, if everything went perfectly well for any company. So yeah, it's like it just blows my mind. So it's just kind of dumb. Nothing to really put any stock in. Um, this idea of just we'll get out when it's in the quadruple digits. I mean, it is technically it's possible. If everybody in the United States decided to buy, the price would go right through the roof. But every person that then buys afterwards, because there's no shares left, would be paying an incredible premium. And then that house of cards would come down so fast as soon as the majority of the shares become free again. Then there's available float, and then all of a sudden you can buy it at whatever price, and then boom, 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 it'll just crash because everybody wants to get out with their profits. So yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, yeah. I initially was following Wall Street Bets because I'm like, wow, these guys know what they're talking about, and there's an interesting perspective. And then like half of them are just prayer posts. So they end up being just wild speculation based on feelings, and there's no reality. And the problem with reading that, if you read it too much, you start thinking that way, and then you're going to start making some really bad choices. So, yeah. Well, I think once we get the stimulus money, we're not even going to be thinking about $14. I think we're going to see jetpacks on this stock, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, you don't go up to 6 million people and crash Reddit multiple times and still come out as the same company. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's how it is, Daryl. You have, and it's good that you have the foresight to think like that. Because yeah, at some point we're gonna be bitching like, oh, it's at $20 again. Fuck. And those days are coming. So yeah. So that's why when people quote numbers to me, it doesn't matter. Percents are what matter. Because if it's 20 today, it could be 12 tomorrow. Whatever. It's just a matter. Like numbers mean nothing. Yeah. But yeah, that's the future's coming. But yeah, it looks like both of us are trading sideways. But the volume's quite high, so like it's consistently good. I shouldn't say quite high, consistently good. So it's this is probably like a macro pendant if I zoom out. We're basically undecided if we're too high or too low, but we know the stimulus money's coming, but we know GME is a threat, and so you're going you're going sideways. So in the morning, the sellers took over because we were too high. GME was going down, but now we're getting too late in the day, so we're gonna have a breakout. We're gonna go up. Tomorrow's gonna be great. So now those people have to get in and lock in for overnight. But how close to the end do you buy in to negate the threat of GME going down some more? So yeah, I think that's probably what's going through everybody's head right now. So I got in a little early, but you know, we'll see what happens. I was expecting perhaps a dip down, but it looks like they might be. So power hours right here. So they're starting an hour and a half, 2 hours early basically to try to get ahead of everyone. But let's see if the market allows them. So GME's back over the black line, which is basically their tipping point till they crash. So that's good. Although I don't think they're going to crash again. They built up a solid base here for at least today. So they went up a little too high. They came down about half. Good retraction. And then now they're climbing up. So that should let off all the GME pressure until end of day when there might be a sell-off just a tiny bit. But I don't think there's going to be any more sizable because stimulus is coming. And actually, I think I do see a big pendant right here. And might have a big pendant or even a medium one if we do this. And this one's trending upwards. Yeah, that's more of a U. Yeah, no, that's stretching it. That one's stretching it for sure. I mean, you could kind of make a stick here and you could kind of make a pendant. And this is the breakout. Like, but I think you're pushing it. Yeah, I do feel like we're forming a large pendant though. I just can't seem to draw it. It's like it's somewhere in here and I can't see it. Maybe if I just start drawing rays around. So if I do this to this, and I do this. That one's kind of close. Yeah, basically here. This would have been the ass end of it. If I adjust this, oh, get rid of this. If I adjust these lines so that they match the current behaviors, the breakout was right up here. And this guy here has to match. So we'll go here and we'll go there. So that's a little bit more to the proper of the pendant. And I can even bring this down a little if you want to use this. So this pendant's ending at 1430. And there it's breaking the line right there. So this one's a little off though. This should be a little bit more down, which means I wonder if I just put it up here. And this one, yeah, this one's kind of odd. That's more of a breakout right here. But we might be looking at maybe the pendant shape is, so if that's the breakout for that one, then let's just do it backwards. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a little difficult. It's almost like this looks like it might be a channel. So you have a channel right here, and then it's breaking from the very, very tight channel. And that's what we're seeing here. So we technically have a trend line like this. So we'll just keep doing this around it. So that's basically our water coming in is going up. And basically it's slowly. So over time, if you were to just drag your mouse over time, you would see something like this. Because this is the sum of the water level. And as time progresses, we were lower, now we're higher. So it gives you a line like that. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah. And what about a U shape? If I do a U, it's a little off. And our height should be up here before we collapse. So we should be up in here before, if it's a U, we should see our collapse around here. But now this could be a chalice. So we get kind of a U shape here, and that's just a stick of it. So even though there's a bigger U shape, which is kind of, well, if I could draw, which we're kind of doing, we could have had a small guy right here with the drop down. And then this is basically the same as a U, but it tries to die in the middle, and it comes back with generally as much strength as it can. So basically whoever sold at the middle, because they thought there was weakness, basically gets completely erased. And then that starts the positive trend because the buyers say, no, no further. And then the sellers back off and off you go. And that makes the chalice or cup shape versus the U or bowl shape, whatever term you want to use. So this one's a definite U. Now it's getting too high for its britches. So yeah, we should see a turnaround or a breakout. So we'll get about 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. So let's see what happens. So we're still doing good. So let's see where that lines up. This is evidently, okay. So that doesn't line up with that peak, but it lines up with this peak. So that's the bull. But because this guy's thin, it's hard to see. And this is the bull for that guy, the bigger guy. There's a bull inside a bull. And then, of course, you have the crown shape, which also formed here. So then, okay, so we just completed then the first, this guy's done. So now we're going into this guy. So we'll see something like, I don't know, whatever, a cup shape. So a cup shape is like this. It has higher walls generally versus a U, which is flatter. So there's a lot of speed going in and then a drop, then speed coming out after a kind of a charge up period. I wonder if that's going to hold. Interesting. That kind of makes more sense because that's why I like using lines a lot, because evidently there's something here. It's fighting. So there's something I'm missing, which was this very thin guy right here. That guy. He doesn't look like a peak, but if I color him in, he'll look like that. And then that makes it a little bit clearer that, there's something here versus this just being a blip. Yeah. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. So it's continuing to fall back to this guy right here, which is $13. That would make sense. Also, 13 is a psychological number. Yeah, see, I barely look at the price. I'm always just looking at the shape of the candles. But that might be what's going on here. Trying to get around a psychological number. Because that's what happened here. Yeah. And when we burst it over 13, came back. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a strong support resistance line. As I say it, and it plows through. So, don't know if it's decided yet. I might have to sell and buy back in at the end of the day. Get that lined up. Okay, so right now I'm at $800, so I'll be up 1,600 today if I bailed right now, but we're still on the line, and GME has not figured out what it's doing yet, so no point in bailing yet. Actually, let's just clear this whole thing. Clear. Give me a 210 line. There we go. Oh, no, it's alert. Whoops. There we go. There we go. All right. So far, so good. Just get the missiles all armed up. So in a day that we've lost 7%, I'll still walk away with, I don't know what percentage I'm up. Let me check. I'm up 3% today. Not bad. Makes up for the percents I've missed. I don't think GME's decided yet. This is still has the potential. It has to go much further down for it to get out of the U shape or check mark or S. Could even go into an S if it had enough power, or an N. Yeah, if you've been following for a while, you should be able to see all those patterns that it could potentially do, like check mark, S, U, and then U can turn into a sine wave. The check mark can turn into a W. This can then turn into a down and then an up again, which is then a new check mark. Yeah. But for it to go like this, that's a weird shape. You know, that doesn't really happen. It would probably go like this, then like that, and then like this. And then you've had all this positive here, so why would you just suddenly drop into oblivion? Doesn't make a lot of sense. So let's see. so we're showing more negativity than GME is. So hopefully we punch back over this. Yeah, this definitely seems like undue negativity. GME's not showing any weakness. Oh, maybe that's the Dow. Oh, the market's all red. That's why. We're getting pulled down. Yeah, that makes sense. But the greens can easily take over the second the pressure's lifted. It's only short term, very short term depression, yeah. Because I expected this, but that was too big. That was too much of a pull. And yeah, you kind of have a crown shape here, a really small one, but it's it makes sense if all of these are going down. But this could be people pulling all their money out of regular stocks, and they're going to go move that money into stuff that's not in these indexes, like GME or AMC. But we're not seeing any of it, so dunno. Dunno what's going on. But yeah, we're still looking good. Yeah, we're still good. At least now I'll be able to afford a working microphone belts. Oh, the days of shit-tastic voice is over. Yeah, it's all good. So we've had over 400 viewers today, and 47 of them are still with us. Not bad. So today's been a less than retention, low retention day. But we did have some long conversations about random shit no one cares about, so that tends to weed off the randos. But that is fine. But I still think it's very interesting that my my stream membership is exactly the same, or very close to, I should say, how well the stock's doing. I should see an uptick, a slow uptick soon. Yeah, the uninitiated, yes. Farming lemons is or farming lemon cows. It's not much, but it's honest work. Yeah, I don't know. I should check if I'm banned. I'll try to make a post. I was in the process of getting myself unbanned, and then I started reading Reddit, and then I lost track of time because the stock changed. Yeah, I'm still banned. All right. The dude's asking questions about shit, so I want to message him. How do I message him directly? Okay, if I click on his account, I click this. No. How do I use Reddit on a small screen? There we go. You have to expand the screen so you can get the options. All right. Ahoy, matey. Do you have a moment to talk about AMC Banage and your Lord and Savior? Okay. Let's see. If he responds. I don't know. Did we hit 10%? Let me check. Opening was here. We might have. Yeah, we hit -20, potentially. Oh, no, I measured from yesterday. So if we started here, our lowest point was about 15%. Yeah, so that's, yeah, I'd say so. Well, Zach, we heard it first here. It seems that my predictions in this channel have left the channel, traveled around the world, got back to you, and now you're telling me, Zach, what I already said. You know you're famous when. Yep. You better sell off and then just buy back in when GME is dead, which is exactly what we're doing. Yeah. I just treat everybody like they're a troll until I find out they're serious. Then I kind of dial it back. Because it's like, oh, oof. Suit yourself. But why you're coming in here and telling us that is like nobody cares, right? That's a personal problem. Personally, I like having money in my pocket. Maybe there's better horses out there, but I don't have the time or the care to research them, so we're on AMC. I'll walk away with $1,600 today, US dollars, and have a good day. He was just being himself yesterday. Whether that's trolling or not, who knows? So we're coming up on 2 o'clock. So if this party was going to take off, it should be soon. Yeah. So it's behaving as expected. So I'm now $1,200 richer. Yeah, that's how it all started. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, actually, no, it's one good microphone. I'm debating if I want to go the analog route or just go straight USB. I don't think you guys will notice the difference. Um, and straight USB will save a lot of headaches. But the problem with USB microphones is that you lose a lot of the quality, much like shooting JPEG versus RAW. But really, do you need RAW in your voice? Like, how much processing am I doing? Zero right now. I'm not making my voice sound deeper. I'm not applying any filters to my voice right now. And I know it shows. Geez, don't all pile in at once. Throwing up emojis, poop emojis. Um, so basically, if the capture device gets better, if I throw a couple of filters on it, you guys would never know the difference. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. No, the reason I want to get a microphone anyways is so I want to put it on like a headset can't go on a boom arm. So the boom arm will allow me to lay on the couch. So the headphone keeps making a lot of this noise because I'm laying on it, right? So that's the only reason I'm going to get a microphone is so that I can just lay on the couch, bring it down. Yeah. Because I do a lot of gaming and having the microphone follow your head is very important. You don't want to be in combat and someone's like, go left. Their voice comes in and out. You're like, I can barely hear you over the fucking machine guns, let alone if your voice starts going because you're moving your head. It's like, yeah, yeah. But the people that use like a stick microphone for gaming never makes sense to me. You're picking up all the audio from your keyboard and if you make it super directional, then just have a friggin' microphone that follows your head. A headphone. Like, and no one wants to hear your speakers. Like, I can't play music while I'm doing this, so my house has to be quiet to do this stream. I can't. I'd suck trying to play a video game. So, yeah. Anyways, but I think when I break out the lower voice and give you that sexual chocolate and do my best chef impression, a little bit Timmy there. Yeah, there's nothing for us to do. We're just waiting for it to run its course. So I'm just keeping eyes on it. So I got in here somewhere. 1279. So I got in right here. Yeah, I got in here. So this is all profit land for me right now. So I kind of missed the drop of the day, but I got in at a reasonable point. And that's what I always say. Like, I tried to get in here, had to sell, but when it's going, right? Like it's a lot safer now, so now it's pile in time, which means Daddy is gonna get rich. Volume's going up. We're coming up on power hour. Ugh, it's gonna be nice. Come and make me some dollars. Yeah. How's GME doing? Same thing. Timmy! Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I think this thing, I think, yeah, we're looking at people who are just holding their money back. They're scared, you know? So I don't blame them. So let's see this volume pick up. Let FOMO kick in nice and hard, and we will reap the benefits. Oh, that's what I should do. I should take my winnings out of the bank as solid Canadian dollars and just start piling them up on my desk. Although someone might break into my house. Hmm. I'll just put stacks on my desk. Oh, I need to use them as a counterweight for my giant diamond balls. I have to put all that money on the other side just to stop the couch from flipping. Yeah. So belts, what you just predicted is right here. I'm going to stay in. We're too close to the end of the day. I don't think we're going to get enough down, but you just nailed it. There's going to be a retraction from that run, and there it is. But I'm going to just stay in. There's no point getting in and out for 0.5% because I won't be able to do it fast enough, and look, it's already gone. So that's a good sign. It tried to retract. Buyers crushed it. So we should go flying um, if the volume stays up. Well, if you visit Ottawa, I'm I'm here. I'm in the left side of it, basically. But we'll just meet in a public place where I don't bring my wheelbarrow balls. I what was it? He microwaved them, I think, is how he got them so big. Randy, so he could get his marijuana legalization card. But in my case, they'll be just diamonds. Leave your mic at home. Yeah, yeah. Maybe if I want to get robbed, I should put up blinds made of money. So I'll just cover my windows with money just to block out the sun. But because they're plastic, the illumination of the money, my whole house will just be money colored. Actually, I kind of want to do that. It would be a very bad idea, but I kind of like it. Maybe I could just find colored plastic that looks like get some funny money, but I'll still probably get robbed. I'm sorry. I thought this was America. I didn't hear no bell. South Park. Yep. So we're still just trucking along here. Nothing to see. Oh, let's update the money chart. So we're now at $2,200 made today. I haven't sold, but it's fine. Good enough. 2,200. Yeah, I haven't handled cash in forever. Yeah, yeah. I should go to the bank and be like, "Can I get the sheet printed of money before they cut it? I want a whole sheet of fives." So it just comes as like wallpaper. I just glue it to the wall. I was thinking of doing that as my backdrop if I ever. Yeah, so you got it, James. Yeah, exactly. When he said whole sheets, I was like, oh, just like stamps. You're right. So maybe that's what I'll do as my backdrop. I'll just get whole sheets and just put them up as you know, and I'll spell AMC using the bills, red bills, but it'll probably be like worth $2,000 or so behind me. But if that's the case, they can rob my $3,000 TV or my $2,000 computer. So right now, I don't pay any taxes um, because basically my losses and my winnings come out to be equal. And then there's tax deductions, and then there's what else can I put against it? Small business. That small business can lose money. So this year I'll have to pay taxes because I made 30%. So I'd pay 15% on that. So whatever that would be, 15% of 60K or the 30K of 60K. I'd have to figure it out. But right now, no idea. That's next year's problem. Yeah. And our new $10 bill is vertical, or our temporary $10 bill was vertical. So they embrace the fact that money does not have to be left to right. Yeah, real estate in Canada is booming. Um, and basically, foreign investment was killing us. Like, good for the economy, bad for locals. But they pretty much nuked foreign investment. So it just shifted to something else. And you can actually buy an ETF that is basically an index for the Canadian housing. And that's a really good ETF. I won the office pool on stock investing using that because I was like, you know what? I'll just put it all on house securities, whatever, this ETF. Boom. I think I made back 50% on my fake money in a year, and thus I was the winner. Yeah. Actually, I should probably diversify some of my winnings into Canadian housing. It's not done yet, and the nice thing about it too is that when the government finally kills foreign investing because the markets are doing too well and they want to dial back the GDP growth, um, then you can just sell the ETF. It's not like you have to liquefy your house quickly before it becomes worthless or half its value or whatever. Because it's really hard to shift land. You got to pay lawyers and all that sort of stuff. Selling a stock is like click, click, done. Yeah, she might still be in the hollow, but I think she's the $20 bill still. Yeah, the $10 bill was Laurier, I think, and then he got kind of trashed by the woke mob. So then it became a black lady, and then I don't know where we are now. The five might have been Laurier as well. Oh, 10 was Borden. Sir Wilfrid Borden, another prime minister during the Cold War, I believe. And yeah, he got turned into a black lady, and Loria got turned into skating, hockeys. And then the Queen, the back of the Queen is native art, yeah, I think. And then I don't know what the 50 is. Yeah, I don't really know. No, we don't use anybody that's current, just because it'd be too vain, right? That's what Myanmar does, or the Philippines would do. The current leader prints his own money. 1 second. Sorry about that. So yeah, anyways, it's all good. Yeah. Um, yeah. So we don't normally use current people kind of deal. It's all you know old stuff. But anyways, we are still trucking along. So this looks like it might turn into a nice S shape. Yeah, I have random tangents. I'll try to keep it on topic so I don't bore the shit out of the randos, but or the uninitiated. But yeah, I like a broad scope of topics. Human psychology is one of my favorite, but I'm getting rusty because I don't use it. Although it's getting better with stocks now that I'm back on them. Uh, and military tactics, war fighting, grand strategy I'm not that good at, but tactical, clearing a house, um, room to room, very good at close quarter combat, and getting into the medium scale, squad sized, company sized, not bad. Um, Once I get into something that's a lot bigger, like whole nation armies, that I'm not that great at. I just don't have any experience. No, Zach, I watch nobody because I'm doing a stream all day. So, yeah. But yeah, so if we ever get into defense stocks or whatever, a friend of mine bought into Raytheon about 2 months ago. He made a killing because Raytheon then, to his luck, got awarded a contract or something. And of course, the thing with China is kind of ramping up. And it was like, oh, damn. Just printed money on that one. All right, so this guy hasn't responded to me. Good enough. So we're still not as good as yesterday's 10,000, but we're still moving on up. But tomorrow morning is going to be an amazing. I think the pre-market will probably be pretty insane. If we're lucky, basically everyone, including the institutionals, will probably try to pile in before, or maybe not the institutionals, but at least the active investors, so the hedge funds and the ones that are managed versus just dumping money on a schedule. They're going to try to get in, and then it's going to be a race. And then as soon as it opens, then you get the dump. And if it doesn't go down, it's just going to fly off the hook. Oh, this is going to be good. So, yeah, you don't normally get to know when these things are happening. So I'm excited. GME is basically recovered. We're still in the dirt. Yeah, so you can see go, retraction, go, retraction. This is almost 50% of this. This is about 50%. This is about 50%, maybe 40. This one's even less. That's over 50%, depending on how you measure. This is about 70. If it's from here, it's about 40. So it's getting healthier. This is definitely a healthy climb. Profit taking go, profit taking go, profit taking go. So if you're a good trader, you just go, sell, set a buy, go, sell, set a buy, go, sell. So you could have made a killing all the way up. And because you're the one that sells first, basically you miss the whole drop. Yeah. So that would have gotten you around 10%. Not bad. Well, that's the gamble. So you just leave it on the table. So you have to guess what's going to happen between overnight and the morning. Generally, unless it's a Friday, you usually see your strongest, most positive behaviors in the morning, and then afternoon starts to dwindle off as people take their money out for various reasons. So your likelihood of having a positive day is much higher than a negative day at start. After the dip, you may not recover, and then you may not get enough height, and then you start trickling off and you turn into a negative day. But what you really have to look out for is when it starts negative, because even if you have a good spike midday, it's not going to get you out of the reds, potentially. Plus, you've lost money overnight. And you recover a little bit, maybe. But you don't really have to worry about AMC because if you just wait long enough, you'll get your money back. So the risk here, we're not on a downward slope. So it's not a matter of if you wait, you're going to get screwed. So there's nothing really to worry about with AMC in the traditional sense. I'm just trying to maximize my returns. So I have to look at each night and say, okay, are we going to jump tomorrow? Well, Wednesday, definitely. Thursday, maybe not. Friday, maybe. But, you have to kind of weigh it out. Um, so when so you can't really predict what's going to happen during the day, but the open gives you an indication of who's playing. So if we're working on volume, right, and you wake up and there's 200 million people on the playing field, you know something's up. And then if normally there's only 20 million people, why is there a 10 times increase? And so that gives you an indication that something's up. And so the morning helps clarify all the random possibilities. It cuts them down. So that's usually why I say wait a few minutes, because you have all these possible tangents, but as soon as the market starts moving, the tangents all start to collapse, and then you start to see what's possible. So it's like when I draw things on the chart here, it can only go, let's say, up or down, or up and down slowly, which would make a U shape or an M or a hump or whatever. But it really can fundamentally only go up or down. So if we wait long enough, we'll see what happens, right? Because obviously it happens. But oh, give me 1 second. I'm just making sure my phone didn't sell on me. Good. Um, but we're trying to figure out what's going to happen ahead of time. So yeah, it's basically just a matter of possibilities getting narrowed down, and then the market makes the choice for you, and then you react as quickly as possible. But it's a total crapshoot. Like I gambled overnight because I was like, GME is probably going to go down. You had that much negativity. Negativity usually keeps going for a couple of days, and we saw that with GME. But we know that they're psycho with their money, so they just took a negative 10 stock and made it -1 because they think it's good, but it has no value. Like it makes no friggin' sense, right? But you have to factor in that making sense isn't part of the mathematical equation. It's what's the likelihood that a bunch of retards are going to dump money into a stock that's worth 20 bucks? High. Okay, did it happen already? No. So then the longer it doesn't happen, the higher and higher and higher the chance of it happening becomes. Just like crashing. If it's got to go down, well, has it happened? No. So we're getting higher and higher and higher on the probability as time goes by. So, anyways, that's the stuff I'm constantly weighing out all the time in my head, try to figure out what the hell's going on. Anyways, that's the crash course again. It's just it's a big balance game. So our feed is now at 61 people, and the share price has gone up a couple of percents. It's I tell you, that one day AMC goes through the roof, I'm gonna have like 1,000 people in here. Now, long-term people tend to make more money overall because they don't lose any money. Day traders are hit or miss. I can lose $30,000 in a day. A, a long-term holder generally only makes money, but it's muted. No risk, little reward. So day trading is hard. So you're putting your money on 15 end a day. That would be something. You might get it too. If we can keep trickling up, then basically the NOS will come in about an hour. Yeah, about an hour from now. We'll get some NOS. Yeah. Yeah, that's the day trader life. And you don't go on vacation. You live in the Philippines where it costs you $100 a month to live. Western society is way too expensive for a stockbroker. Oh, yeah. I would say it's safe to get back in. We're basically just waiting for the surge. I would have gotten in a little bit earlier, but this is probably more than fine. GME is not doing great. Like we're going into a pendant shape. So there might be a breakdown, but I think it's going to be a break up because we're getting closer to the end of day. So I think this indecision is that it still wants to be negative, and then eventually the negativity is going to die, and then boom to the moon. And we're doing the same thing. Clear pendant, clear oscillation. We're literally doing the whole wiggle wiggle. So, well, at least you're going to have some money there, Zach. So wait till tomorrow to sell. And if you were following this feed, I clearly told everyone buy yesterday and don't fucking sell this morning and don't carry a position overnight. But to each their own. You make your choices. So it's all I won't be right all the time. I'm gonna start making errors and whatever, but so far I've been lucky. And right now I'm up $1,700. Yeah, Zach's not typing much. He's just talking about how he doesn't know how to buy and sell, and that he bought some shares in the morning. Nothing too life changing. Wow. Yeah. Well, we're out of the weeds and we're making money. Are you currently in the market, my name? Because if not, you've missed out on 4%, maybe more. I think you held on overnight, right? Yeah, it's not hitting 2,000, but it'll be life changing for all of us if it hits 2 grand. Yeah, here we go. So we're breaking out. See if we can get over this line. The hell's giving us so much trouble? 1323, 1325. The fuck is that a weird ass number to stop at? Yep, yeah. Here we go. Buckle up for safety. Now at $2,000. Ah, made $300 a second. So good. Wow, 15K. You must have been trading with a lot of money though. About 100,000? Just curious, Vincent, how much are you trading with? Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. It depends on what you bought, but that's still a serious amount of money. So if you bought, yeah, you're looking at about 100K at that point. And the fact you didn't know how much money you're trading, 60K CAD? No way, you can't buy 400 shares. At what price? Oh, you must have bought low at 5 or something. I can only buy about 4,000 shares at 60K American. Yes, but yeah, you would have bought in at 5 or something. So you didn't make that in a day. You just made that from holding since it was at 5. 8. Yeah, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I was going to say, if you made 15K in a single day yesterday, holy shit, you did good. You would have to have about 100K to do that. But no, you have about 50,000 American, and you bought in at 8, sold at 13 something. That makes sense. Oh, good win nonetheless. I rode all the way up. Yeah, from Friday, exactly. I know. I rode all that way up with you. Well done. And that's called swing trading. So you buy at 8, you sell at 13, you buy at whatever, sell at whatever. You swing over the course of a week. Day trading, you're supposed to finish at the end of day, but swing trading is definitely a smarter thing to do. But nonetheless, that is awesome. That is awesome. Yep. Well, you got to watch though. You're getting nailed for commission, aren't you? So if you do 20 trades, you're out $200. So you just got to make sure that your swings are big enough. Yeah. Well, we're all becoming thousandaires here. Home of the thousandaires. Yeah, it's all good. I don't care either. When you're bringing in like $1,000 a trade, who the hell cares if you lose 100? Or sorry, 10. Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. It's all about these boats and hoes. Yep. Because I'm on a ship. I'm on a ship. Flipping burgers. Dolphins getting all wet. Yeah. Yeah, so for the 100 heirs in our midst, one day maybe you can get into the 10,000 heirs. Yeah, the 10 club. Maybe that's what we should have is, the uh the 1K club, 10K club, just I'd love to see a million. The highest I ever got on the stock market was I think $260,000 Canadian. That was incredible seeing three digits. Like I've never had that much money in my life. It's like wow. Yeah, that was at the peak of the cannabis going psycho. Made a couple of bad trades and pretty much toasted it down to 100 something. But yeah, it plummeted. The weed stocks plummeted. And then I don't know where it all went. I know I bought a new computer. I spent most of it. I bought a lot of stuff. It was awesome. That took about 4 months. I went from 30K, I went up 30K to 2,200 and something in a span of about 3 months. Because I got in pretty cheap on the weed stocks and it just flew up. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, it taught me a lot. So we are sinking hard here. Oof. Wow, there goes all my money. I lost $1,000 right there. I think that's too much of a sell-off though. We'll get some resistance on this line here, and then that will buy us enough time for a recovery. Excuse me. Again, it's 15% tax, so at $100 you're paying $15. So at 100,000 I would have paid 15,000 in tax. Tax-free savings account didn't exist at that time. Right now I don't because I use margin. So you can't use margin in a tax-free savings account. Although AMC is now non-margin, so I might as well. Yeah. So that looks bad. All right. I'm going to sell. Let's see. It's still holding. It's like a little domino. Pumping and dumping. Not legal. Give us a green. Give us a green. We're an hour from our surge. We gapped down. That's why I couldn't see it. We just need a little bit of green. Yeah, they can't nail him, especially if he doesn't own any Dodge. But if he owns Dodge, then he can be nailed for pumping. But like the hell, they're going to keep him off the market. They want his billions. But a retail investor, they'll kick you off the market, especially if you cause them trouble. But it's generally medium-sized investors that are most at risk because the SEC will hit you with fines that are too expensive for you, and they also hit you with things that take your income. Whereas big people, they're like, nah, we'll let you play. Just stop being annoying. Because we want to make the money off of your billions. Yeah. All right. Nappy time. Since I got to wait this out now. This looks big and scary, but it's not that bad. I'd like to see more positivity, though. I'd like to be over this black line here. This should just surge up to here and then start us off on a check mark. Like, why the hell are we selling off? Yeah. This one here was really just one person. It kind of went and then it just went thump. This here is just the after fact. And this is perfectly fine. That's a perfectly fine. But this is too much. So I want to see us get back to here and off we go. Because it doesn't make any sense that someone's going to want to be out for end of day. And we don't have a lot of time left. So we'll see. Whoa, the Dow took a header too, yeah. Yeah, so that's about as bad as it can get. So, these are pretty bad. That's pretty bad too. But see, at least this has a little bit of resistance. This has a lot of resistance. This is going down the same amount, but there's resistance. A clawback. This actually exceeds this. That's very good. Then, tons of resistance because it still wants to go down. Finally crashes. Yeah. But I wonder why the Dow's just been going. Heh, the little lemon that could. You done good. Look at that. You done good, lemon. Actually, hey. Re-zestify, please. So, we're still red. Sucks. Now we're over the line, so that's good. Lots of positivity. Yeah, we should burst out of this. It's just taking longer than it should. Maybe people got spooked. But this is a clear buy on discount moment here. So, and we're so close to end of day. Like, they're just handing you money right now. Oh. Yeah, Ponzi schemes do pay, as long as you're not the bag holder. Damn it, Lemon, you're a champion. have a little fun, learn. People have wasted more money on less. Maybe I'll try drawing a banana. Let's see here. Oh, and I figured out why this thing was giving me so much trouble yesterday. It's because I had click lock on from when I played a video game that required a lot of clicking. Oh, whoops. All right. And then there we go. Banana. Yeah, I don't talk much about Bitcoin either. It's it's just it makes sense. I like it overall, but it's just too rich for my blood. I can't buy into a Ponzi scheme basically. It's just ridiculous. But I wish I could bug my parents to get their money on AMC. Then we could all retire easily. I'm just drawing some infected dongs, apparently. Banana for ape. I won't even try to draw an ape. The only reason I drew this banana is just because the Reddit chat was just spamming bananas. So I'm like, hey, I could draw that. The gorilla, not so much. Yeah, just waiting for this to run its course. Looks like the lemon did some good work. Yeah, I wonder what caused that sell-off. Just time of day, maybe? 14, 16. Eh, don't know. Oh, actually, maybe.
No, that's the arm pump emoji. I'm just drawing the emojis that I'm seeing in Reddit, trying to waste some time while this takes its dear sweet. There we go. Instructions unclear. All I see is dicks. Excellent. Yeah. So this is getting kind of low. We should definitely be going up. Something's not right. Oh, God. That was habit. Yeah, something's not right. I don't know why we're having this sell-off. Is there something? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's possible that they're just spooked, but this is all good discount territory. But I guess they're not seeing it. We should be following what GME is doing. But we overdropped, and our recovery is nowhere near as high. So fairly weird. Maybe the buyers are holding off. What's the volume? Decent. Shit, I'm gonna have to close my position. I don't want to. I was making so much money. Now I'm not making as much. Sad. Man. It's going back under. Okay, I guess I'll sell. I'm gonna get $400 instead of 2,000. Sold. Okay, I'm out. Set up a buy order. Okay. So I got a buy order ready. Armed, ready to fire as soon as this is done. Because this is something's wrong and I don't know why. This should not be doing this. And now that GME is going negative, we don't have any hope of coming out of this. So it's bailing time. This should not have happened. And this shouldn't have happened. So, oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, it's clearly hedgy things. It's the Illuminati. You see, there's the eye, there's the pyramid. Illuminati confirmed. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely like a bull run. And then it's like abrupt stop. It's like, okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe you could say this is the retraction for this, but they paid for it multiple times. Like this is too much. Oh well. Greater discount for everyone. So now it's going back under the line. X-File theme. Quick, someone call Mulder. No, my full-time job is software programming, but I'm on medical leave right now. Oof. Oh yeah, I'm relatively okay. Just got some type of digestion issue that haunts me. So, makes me very susceptible to stress. But as you can tell, I'm not very susceptible to stress. I can trade on the stock market no problem. You guys are all having emotional episodes every couple minutes, and I'm rock steady. But if I eat any type of food, basically it just starts ramping up stress hormones, whether I want it to or not. Yeah, those kids are gonna have to learn to walk home. It's stock market time. No pickup until after 4 o'clock. The current idea is that it might be an autoimmune. So the nerve endings are excited, or they like using the term aroused because that's the medical term. But it's like, okay, so my bowels are excited, and then as a result, they produce extra hormones. But why they get excited, it could just be a birth defect. But now it's starting to look like it's triggered by food sensitivities or something. So instead of bloating, gas, or whatever, I get a big pile of stress hormones, which is why I'm very relaxed all the time because my stress center of my brain is basically burned out when I was a kid, which is why I'm very good at like close quarter combat, high adrenaline stuff because I just buzz through it. The situation never really gets to me, right? But the body shuts down because I can ignore stress all I want, but the body physically can't handle those hormones, and that's what's making me air quote sick right now. So it's a bit of a crappiness. It means I can't travel, can't eat much. Anything with weight, liquid. So, like rice was making me sick. So, took me a while to figure it out. So now I try to eat as little as possible and stretch it as long as possible, or eat in the morning when the body is less aroused. God, that guy used it like 10 times in a sentence. And I'm like, ugh, the public has such negative connotations of that word. And I understand you're trying to win it back, Mr. Psychiatrist, but please, please don't talk about my aroused bowels. Yeah. I should put that reasons for medical leave, aroused bowels. Yeah, look, my bowels got a little excited, so we're gonna need a little timeout. Yeah. Well, the question is, am I attracted to my mother's bowels? Freud would say yes. Uh, I can't predict prices into the future, Char Char. Um, if we look at the multi-day, so we're right here. So if we don't have that much of a negative day, let's stretch this out. We could be anywhere between $20 and $8. How many is Friday? Friday is 18, 19, 22. So here. So we can be anywhere between, let's say, $16 and 11, maybe 10 at the worst. It's like it becomes an exponential fan. Like, so as it gets further away, it, we're not going sideways, and we go up by about this much each day. So are we going to be here? Are we going to go here? Or, here? Like, nobody knows. But yeah, probability spread. Although Wednesday's going to set the tone for the whole week because it's going to set us through the roof or at least through the ceiling. So one of the two. I'm definitely lactose intolerant. That damn lactose needs to go back to where it came from. But I drink like 3 bags of milk. Milk is bagged in Canada, or at least Ontario, a week. But it's greasy foods that oil, fish oil, any type of oil seems to hit me the hardest. So it seems like whenever the bowels are irritated, then that is when I'm at my worst. But anyways, we're figuring it out slowly but surely. Until then, I'm making more money in the last month than I would at my job in a year. Yeah. So, what are we doing, GME? It's undecided. Yes. Lithium is usually to treat mood and anxiety disorders. Is this going to get turned around? Hard to tell. I guess I'm going to buy in on the next dip. Power hour's getting close. So we were at 60 viewers here. We're now at 50 viewers here. The trend holds up. It's great. We had a drop in viewership. If you're talking about lithium plant or a manufacturing plant, that's the one that they're doing in Quebec because Quebec gets everything from the federal government. Yeah. It's not the Illuminati, but it's actually the upside down control triangle, which is an awesome game, by the way. The whole Alan Wake series is amazing. Then I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, it's the hiss. Yeah, such a good game. Anything that that writer does is so friggin' good. There's so much depth and, uh, man. Hmm. Debating if I should buy back in. We're only 15 minutes out. It's probably not going to be any further discount. I'm going to take a quick washroom break. It's hard to think with a full bladder. But yeah, I sold at 288 average. So I'm kind of not getting it at discount here. So as luck would have it, GME is going to start tanking just before power hour. And as a result, well, power hours now, but power 30 minutes. So that's going to hold us back, and it's going to make are we going up or going down harder to decide. Christ. Not making this easy for me today. At least I can buy back in at a reasonable price. So that's easy to carry baked milk. You don't buy them as individual bags. They're like little bags, 3 of them in a bag. Then you just take the bag like you would hold a you just grab the thing by the top and boom, good to go. And then when you need them, you just rip the bag open. I don't know the last time I actually undid the little clip. I just want to tear the bag open. And then you have 3 little baglets, and you throw one in a pitcher, and off you go. Uh, I wouldn't know, and it would take me too long to set it up. But I would say the 5 days are flat, and the 10-day is going to be trending upwards. Bottled milk is fine. Glasses would make it taste better. It's just we did it for cost. It's super cheap to bag milk versus cartons or worse, glass. And we drink a lot of milk here. We go to Flavor Town, USA. Anyways, let's take a look at AMC. So, yeah, GME is dragging us down. Yep. Yeah, the only downside to bagged milk is the first pour, is that the initial pour tends to come out very quickly because the pitchers are normally not full height. After that, perfectly good. You can even put choco milk in the bag and shake it up like you're doing some shake and bake, and then pour out chocolate milk. Yeah, I think that was the original history behind it. So they're just like, okay, let's go and do plastic bags because then we can. But it comes in. I don't know if it's 4 liters. It comes in 3.87 liters. I think it comes in. So I think it's still. Um, like you have 3 bags, maybe making 4 liters. Oh, maybe that's it. You have 3 bags that make 4 liters. Each bag is a weird number. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think that was what it started, and now it's just cost. It's super cheap to do it this way. Forbes just released an hour ago that GameStop's sudden move is another trap for investors. Oh, some nails and coffins for that stock. Good thing I didn't touch that with a 100-foot pole. Yeah. Well, I'm well known for my. I used to hunt down dollar chocolate milk all the time. So you get 1 liter of chocolate milk for $1 here in Canada at certain sales in certain places. Now it's about 750 milliliters for $1 Canadian, both cases. But anyways, dollar choco is even cheaper than real milk, so it's great. So I'm well known for hunting down the dollar chocos. Oh, that's the word I was looking for the other day. Arbitrage. So remember I was talking about oil, and you can do arbitrage. So you look at one thing and hedge against something else that's going to happen down the line. That's the word I was looking for. So you do that all the time with oil. There's arbitrage and contra something, contra or whatever, and the stock can be in contra or something, and then it moves opposite to the other when they're in contra, and then arbitrage is doing the little gaps, weighing against the gaps. Yeah, there we go. That was the word I was looking for. I don't normally have to explain stocks every day, so I'm a little rusty on my verbiage. So GME is trying. So I'm going to get in at any price before 1530 here, but I don't think we're done bottom feeding here. Yes, yes. Currencies are non-stop back and forth, so arbitrages and contra and all that stuff is key in forex. Yeah. Because it takes a very long time to wait for the United States to have a bad day. You'd be waiting for weeks, months, years, even more likely years. So you have to learn to play the littles while you're waiting for the big financial crash, which comes every 10 years or so. Yeah. Whereas us, we're just trying to see if AMC is going to survive into next week, next month, next year, place our bets accordingly. So it's looking like it's going up, but the volume says it's not. I don't want the fear of missing out to make me buy in. A really hobo W. Okay, so we're hitting the psychological 13 again. That line really bothers us. GME is trying to go up. Let's see. Volume still trash. Not garbage, but close enough. GME is surging. Yeah. That is weird. We should be going up. Oh, but they just gapped down. That's why. I was like, we should see the effects, but the sell happened before AMC could actually go up. They're pushing through it though. But yeah, they're not getting enough height. Yeah, we're not seeing the same. So the volume here is ramping up. That's good. Where ours is normal, it actually goes down a little bit and then declines. So that's not positive at all. Now they declined to 15 and now they're ramping up. That works. I think we're going to have a breakout. Yeah.
I might as well buy back in. I'll buy back in at 13, I guess. I'm pretty on the fence here. This is doing great, but we are not having any of it. So this needs to just break over. Yeah. We're even going flat. Weird. It's like we want to collapse. Interesting. So maybe people are trying to sell off for whatever silly reason. That's weird. Oh, you know what? Maybe they're just trying to keep it at 13. Oh, that's probably what they're doing, right? They're probably not over pumping it. They're just stopping when they hit 13. Oh, maybe. We're going to go into a technical breakout at 13:08. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Like, because this was kind of what robots look like, right? The stock goes down, it goes up. Stock goes down, it goes up. So it's like someone's trying to keep the price. Just like here, the price was flat at 12.96. You know, like that's a lot of volume. That's 10,000, and it didn't even move, right? Then we have a sell off. We come back. Now we're at a new. Maybe robots have gotten hold of our stock leading into tomorrow. But a weird time to put on the automation. I don't know. And normally the robots wouldn't let this happen. They would crush it. So it'd be just perfectly flat. So this means it's humans basically trying to keep it at a certain price. But why would you choose 12.97 and we're actually over 13? So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. There, that's more readable. That's a huge amount of volume. Yeah, they're trading in the hundreds and someone just dropped 2,000. So 20 times increase over these guys. 10 to 20 time increase. Damn. But it didn't go anywhere, so there's a lot of sellers in there. Yeah, I think we're going to go into a technical breakout. We're getting close. It really doesn't want to go up. I got my 60K waiting to go back in. Oh, man. Well, then it should refuel. Oh, I got out much earlier, yeah. Uh, I got out here, or no, here, this black line. So I bought in here somewhere, and then I sold here because we were coming all the way back down. And I was like, fuck it. This was 2 grand, 2.5 grand. I sold here at like $400, $500. It's just having a stroke. Both of them are. I'll get in by 15:30 for sure. It's just not looking healthy. That's pretty tight. So you're going to skip 15:30. You think there's going to be a dip between 15:35 and 20 minutes later? Not even 10 minutes later? Or are you just going to try to time the peak of the 15:30 crowd? Because that's basically what I'm going to do as well. Yeah, 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 I'm doing the same thing. This volume is decently big, but we're not going anywhere. On GME, though, their volume is pretty sad. 400, 100, 200. Yeah. Well, sounds like a plan. Might be able to get a bit of extra dollars. I'm now at $56,287. So I went up another 8 and 8 is 16. So 400, 200 plus 200 plus 200, 400. So I went up another $487. Not bad. Not 2 grand, but it's honest work. No, the stock's not going to rocket till 15:30 on the dot. I'm wanting it to dip. Sad pandas. Yep. Well, I'm on a time limit to buy before 15:30, or I'm gonna miss the surge. But this stock's not done collapsing, so like, why buy here if I could buy here? So
Oh dear, that's a loaded question if there ever was one. Yeah, where I have a full military grade respirator uh, at my place, and I bought extra filters last month. Now that they've gotten down in price, so I'm ready to rock and roll if it all goes to hell. As I said, I think 4 or 5 streams ago, the only thing I'm missing is an NBC suit or a rebreather. Like you see those big white suits with a air recycler on the back, but that's overkill when all you have to do is stay 6 feet away, or yeah, 6 feet away from people, 2 meters. I've played enough zombie games. I can make it through any type of pandemic. I actually like watching or going through Facebook and looking at all the same people that complain about adulting is too hard, and then they're all like, "Oh man, I could survive a zombie apocalypse now," and it's like you're struggling to go without your restaurant. you know, it's like all of a sudden you're tough shit. It's like no, oh man, not at all. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, milk will not last long. The cows will, unless they become zombie cows. But the milk industry would probably collapse. All right. Looks like we're starting to pick up a little bit of speed here. Still waiting for a good red. It's looking pretty positive though. Yeah, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes left. Oh, 7 minutes to dip on down, AMC. Show me the money. Uh, does it really matter, Howard? Yeah, the world's full of many special people. Some that are purposely special, and some that are special because they're born that way. Either way, it's same problem. Jesus Christ. You ask. You ask too. You doth ask too much. There's your quick day summary. Overnight, crashed as expected or hedged against. We then got pulled down. GME decided to nosedive. We went down with it as expected. We had a bit of a recovery, but it was really odd. It basically went up too fast, too early. We came back down. Now we're into the exit of the recovery from the crash, and now we are just going back and forth trying to figure out where we should be before power hour kicks in. And then that's basically the day. Overall, trending upwards after we finished crashing. GME's been trending downwards all day, and they just recently started going up. And yeah, and we had side conversations about Japan, China, airport security, food, uh, aroused bowels. And I think that was our day. You're all caught up. Yeah, you've asked for that twice, Tom. I'm not doing it at the moment because I'd have to go back and draw a bunch of lines. Just load up TradingView and just zoom out. It'll take me too long. But we are trending upwards over the 10 day. The only 2 days that we are being downward trending on AMC was the 2 days after the crash. The first day was so yesterday was down. No, wait, yesterday was up 30. Sorry, it's the day before yesterday was down, and then the other one was flat right after the crash. So it went flat, then it slowly trickled down with then a sudden jump up at the end. Then we had our huge day yesterday, and now we're retracting a bit from yesterday, which is good. A 7% retraction on 20. So that's decent. That's like a third. So that falls perfectly within the Gantt box, if you will. So this will give us the perfect no baggage springboard for tomorrow. This is TradingView. It's a website. Ah, sorry, Tom. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, it's just TradingView. You can even type in the URL. Here, actually, the URL will give you my exact chart. It updates every 10 minutes. Not that there's much drawings on it, but yeah. Okay, so we're about to hit 1530. Okay, I guess this is probably the lowest I can buy in at $13. So let's buy in as much as I can. All right. I'm going full balls to wall. Missile away at $13. Okay, we're all in. $56,000 US just hit the market. Zero motion. Wow, I didn't even move the needle. It's like when people are like, my 10 shares made all the difference. Fuck no. I can I can buy 5,000 shares and nothing happens. Yeah. Rip my money. Well, I'm going to take a gamble that everyone's going to dump their money on Q. So far, I'm currently up $100. I got in at an average of 13 on the dot. Sweet. That's why it's good to buy when it's red. Because remember, the number you see is delayed. So when you by the time you place your order, the needle's moved. So if it's in the process of crashing, then you're going to get a better price than you expect if you do a market order. So this is good. We've gapped up 3 times and collapsed on ourselves with no volume. If this is a takeoff, it's a very bad one. Sir, the rocket's going sideways. Don't worry, when it passes China, it'll veer upwards. Just bang the aeroleones with hammers. Get us to go up. Just make sure you get back in before the oxygen gets thin. Jeez. Yeah, special kind of fuel. Yeah, yeah. The landing of the SpaceX. It's good, but coming home, you're gonna want a parachute. Oh, well, the volume's good. Low volume on the cell, good. Takeoff's a little. Yeah, we got a Boeing here with a lucky coin in one of our engines. She's uh, she's still lugging it home. My programming language is currently Java, but I do all of my side work in JavaScript, Node.js web. I build web services for cities and people. I'm waiting on a GPS to come in so I can do potholes. That's my next project. Oh, it looks like we may have liftoff. Come on, homie. You got this. Just put a little gas. There we go. Now we're clear. Now can we exit? Actually, since we got some time left. Here. Okay, so this is Earth. Okay. We'll put some clouds here. Uh, thin clouds. Um, let's put a planet here. And if we get over 14, that's the moon. Okay. There we go. Somehow there's a planet before the moon. But ignore that. And here's a tree. There we go. This thing does not draw too well. Okay, that's it. That's a tree. All right. It's a sad cyclops. Well, technically, the tree does look like a pair of ovaries now that I look at it. Damn, I really should go see that doctor. I went from male reproductive organs to female reproductive organs. Damn. Guess I'm just what is it? Projecting. I'm projecting on the chart my deep down desires. Oh, good. There we go. I was like, it looks like it, and I didn't even get to say charging up, and then it just poof. Oh, I draw all day. We had a wonderful drawing earlier. We had bananas. And, yeah, the last 30 minutes is basically a sit and watch. There's not much more I can do. Oh, that's true. Let's okay. Let's turn that into a citrus tree. And we'll just plant one here too. And then its roots. There we go. Look at that. It's citrifying the countryside. Yeah. Oh, and you know what? Let's let's go up here. And there's a where citrus. Half moon, half citrus. Or half lemon. The where moon. Or the where le moon. I can't remember what I wrote. All right. Let's hope this little tree grows. I'll leave it on overnight because it definitely tomorrow will be. We're going to be higher than where we are right now tomorrow for sure. Oh, there you go. There, we'll just put a stack of lemons. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll just pile the lemons in there. There's only 3 lemons supporting it. The other 3 are on the tree, so we won't have a gravitational pull. I think we. Yeah. Let's zoom in. That's a decent tree at this level. There. All right. Oh no. We're getting lightning bolts. Mmm, lemon flavored lightning. So I wonder if Belts got out. So got in for 15:30 and got out for the crash. He timed the height. I'm still in because I was too busy drawing. But then I'm like, oh wait, I was supposed to sell, wasn't I? Oh, it's kind of too late now. Oh, I could draw. I could draw Thor's hammer. Psst. Ooh, lightning. Take that, frost giants. Oh, it looks like the annihilation of frost giants is doing us some good. Here, let me just make this a proper lemon tree. There we go.
Excuse me. How's GME doing? Dow's coming back. S&P's coming back. Nasdaq's already back. GME is. It almost looks like it went back on itself. Oh my god. It's like 8-bit pixel of. Oh, actually, here. This looks like a donkey or a dragon. Yeah, there's a. It's Trogdor with his one beefy arm. He's here to burnate the countryside. All right. The power of the lemon mallet. I don't think it's getting through this many lemons. There's a lot of citrus in the air now. It's getting zesty. Well, you're in for tomorrow at least. Just don't sell now. Next, you'll tell me tomorrow, well, I panic sold at the last minute. I'd be like, ah, fuck. Yeah, that would just hurt. That would hurt my brain, hurt my insides. Yeah. So when I say pay, you have to pay for it. What I'm saying is that if you basically take off too much, the psychology is that people are going to take profit. So in the old stock market, if something went up, everybody would just sit and watch. But then the first guy to take the money out makes it go down. Then everybody else wants to take their money out before it goes down more. So fast forward 100 years, and now the second it goes down, or even before people think about it going down, people get out to lock in their profits. And so you now have a culture of racing to the bottom or trying to beat each other at the peaks. And so when you go up too quickly, you're going to get that mentality. People are going to come in and sell for profit. But when you do that, you get them out of the market. So if you don't have that, because it's going up so quickly, no one wants to sell, they're all going to sell at once the second it slows down. And then you get a crash because you didn't pay for it in little humps that don't scare anyone. You pay it in one giant hump, and then there's a risk that there's then additional sellers because they're freaking out about the sudden 10% drop. And then you get a run and fear and panic selling. So either way, you got to pay for your height somehow. There needs to be some consolidation, some retraction, or it all happens at once and it's not pretty. Which is like why you have what they call boom and bust. It goes up through the moon, it crashes through the ground. Up through the moon. So, yeah. That that's very human. We're all or nothing, do or die. It's very human. Yeah. Yeah, and then what I mean by organic growth is that it's growth that's happening because people are investing in the core of the company versus speculating. So if the speculation money disappears, you'll shed off some of the multiples of the stock. So if this stock is worth, let's say, $5 right now, and we're trading at 10, we're trading at a 2-time multiple. Um, so a stock is usually worth more than that. So this stock's probably around $1 fundamental price,
and we're trading at 13 times or 20 times its true price. Um, but then when the hype goes away, that multiple comes down, and the organic growth is the true price rising, and then it's multiplied by hype. So if the true company doubled in value, then the share price is going to double and then some in value because it multiplies, right? So if you were to get into day trading, yeah, I would start just paper trading. Basically, try to guess when it's going to stop going down, get used to the patterns, get the confidence up by just placing bets. You can do that with the lovely long button here and just place bets. And like, okay, I bought here, I bought there, and see how it pans out. And then once you move up from swing trading, which is buy one day, sell a couple days later or the next day, then you can start trading within the same day. Um, but realistically, like today, I bought and sold just to minimize risk. But if I would have stayed in, I probably would have made more money. So day trading is not inherently better, especially when you're new. Like I'm still new at day trading. 3 years is not enough time to get seasoned. Um, so yeah, but I'm trying to minimize risk, and AMC is going to be a good stock in the long run. So there's really no risk. So my risk is only the daily drops. So if you can ride them out like everybody else, then go have a walk, go enjoy life. You don't need to sell and buy every day. Yeah, this is probably going to be a pendant if it stretches out. You're right. I'm really waiting for this breakout. The only thing that's stopping the pendant is this. So this here, it's flat. So it's more of a channel. Yeah. You could have had like micro pendants. I don't know, but this here's stopping. And these guys have to get over this guy or they're going to collapse. So we need a green to go above this guy, and that might not happen. We might not get this area right here. And if we don't, then we're going like this. So we'll see. Now GME took a nosedive and we didn't suffer much. That's probably what's holding us back. Yeah, we went down a tiny bit. Yeah, that's good. The lemons are doing their job. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I really like about the stock market. The same thing with like weaponry and fighting and war. It's a true test of your skill. You either do it right or you die. And stock markets, it's you either learn and keep learning and learn, or you suffer. You don't make as much money, you lose your money. So it's very nice. Once you get good, you're good, and nobody can take that away from you. So yeah, it's a very nice feeling to have a useful skill. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like we're rolling. Yep. This is probably still temporary, but let it bounce a little. It's going back up just a tiny bit. Now it's going down. It's all over the place. I'm refreshing my bank account and I'm going between $100 and $300. But on my screen, it's not moving. But in the background, it's flying all over the place. Holy crap. So basically, the buyers and the sellers are doing this, like all over the place. But because I only update once a second, it's so now I'm back to $400. So it was wiggling between here and here in the background. If I might, if this stream gets more popular, I'll pay for the updated times, and we can get down to the seconds, and you can watch it go like and have a stroke. It'll be awesome. I really wish I could. There's a trading panel at the bottom here. I could just drag this up real fast. Yeah, I really wish you can do paper trading here if you want, but I wish my company was in here, so then I could do trading with my Canadian bank. But unfortunately, no. All right, I'm gonna have to clear this out just so I can figure out what's going on. Okay, so you got the three kings here, all flat against the top, which is why we had the crash. Okay, GME is still pissing. How much time do we got left? 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Okay, so this should come with a giant buy-in. So there's really no point in selling now, I guess, because this is going to hit a bottom somewhere here and then just poof. Who the hell would sell overnight? Yeah, I think I'm in for the haul. Yeah, that's buyers kicking in. The selling is not going any further, so the buyers are just pounding. So we should see some green here if the buyers continue. Ooh, what was that? Who the frig is selling before the biggest cash cow? That's 10,000. This is 3,000, so a little bit of commitment. No, I read a bunch of books, Tom, but I don't follow YouTubers. I can't take their voice. I can barely listen to my own voice, to be perfectly honest. Um, I don't know if the sell pressure is really increased or the buyers are not out in force. I'm confused. But yeah, if you read books on candlesticks, pattern trading, um, they give you a good understanding. But really, sitting down and watching the chart and trying to feel it and try to understand the people that are pushing and pulling, that pays more money than anything. And that only comes with experience. Hell, if you follow this feed for long enough, you'll be as good as me, unless there's something wrong with you. But you'll eventually start to pick up on all the psychologies and the stuff that bothers me. Like here, this is very weird. Why are we having huge sell-offs? Now you see the volume, you see the buyers pushed back, but they didn't go anywhere, which means the sellers are just as strong. So if you have huge volume and it's flat like this, it means the buyers and the sellers are equal. And there's a lot of them. So thousands and thousands and fighting, and they're not getting anywhere. Whereas if you have little volume and it moves a great distance, it means one or the other is missing. Nothing's holding them back. So right now we're duking it out for 13. But why 13? Some stupid ass number. We've been fighting over 13 all day. Sellers bring us down, buyers bring us up. So weird. Yeah, but there's always an answer. There's, I'm confused at the moment, but you'll learn really quickly. You might never know. So instead of trying to figure out why it's not working, just go with the fact that it's not working and adapt, because the market will do whatever the hell it wants. And there is a reason for it, but you may never know. And it doesn't matter 10 minutes from now, right? So it's easier to just be ignorant, know that something's happening, and adjust. Pivot, pivot, pivot. Yeah, yeah. Because that's like why I'm not doing any research. It's not really necessary. It's good to know, um, because sometimes news can come out and smoke you sideways. But that's why I follow Reddit. If it was important, they would know. Then they would tell me, basically. That way I don't miss the little things like the stimulus checks tomorrow. Yeah, like, look at that. That's crazy volume, and we're not even moving. What is going on? It's like, who the hell sells now? I don't know. Maybe someone's actually literally day trading. They want to close all their positions so they don't carry margin overnight. But then you're going to miss out on all that sweet, sweet aftermarket money. Like, I don't get it. But why would you let your robots go and then bring them back in at the last minute? And then you have to sell at a loss to bring it down. Like, I don't see the financial gain here. This stock should be rising unless there's a lot of fear that tomorrow's not going to be really good. So did the IRS say they delayed? Is the Fed going to do something? I mean, we're not tanking. That would really confuse me if we were going down. But being stuck at 13 is kind of weird. And look at that volume. Like, and we're not even budging. So maybe someone did turn on their robots. I don't know. So we go over 13, what happens? It gets crushed. If we go under 13, we get pushed up. Hmm. Weird. Oh yeah, tomorrow is purely stimulus. If people can throw their life savings into this stock and it's not even doing well, then when they're given free money, even if we catch a whiff of it, we're going to go flying up. Yeah, that might be it. There might be some fear going around. Yeah. Anyways, usually when it's hard to figure out what's going on, it's usually news related. It's usually what it is, but you might not find out for like a day later. Um, but it doesn't matter. We're healthy. I was just kind of expecting a little bit more of a run up, but doesn't matter to me. I'm in at 12. I'm in at 13, so I'm basically neutral right now, right? Yeah, I got $28. uh, sucks. I can count my chickens when it surges in the last minute. Yeah. No, the Motley Fool is like the Fox News of investing, and Investor Place is another one that really sucks. Barron's is a very conservative. Um, they just basically whatever the Republicans want, and it's another one that's pretty garbage. Marketplace one, or Market Watch, they're very scammy. They're like the MSN news of websites. Okay, 10 seconds left on the clock, 5 seconds left, and time. All right. So 1303. All right, let's go take a look at the aftermarket. Here, Yahoo. Okay, so this should rapidly go up. Yeah, let's give this a few minutes. It's a thinly traded market, so we'll jump around. So unless this becomes like a 1%, I wouldn't be concerned. $2 is a lot. Um, that's 18% or so, even more for our stock, depending which way you're going. Oh, if we're going down to $2, oh, I misread that. That would just be ridiculous. Like at least pick a number that's proper, like 10, 8. Yeah, not with that stimulus money. Like they probably want to drive down and get as much stock as they can at a discount. Now tomorrow, I don't know when the hedge funds or the Illuminati is going to sell, right? So going into tomorrow, we're going to have an upswing in the pre-market more than likely. Then we'll hit the ground running really fast, but then we're going to get into the territory where we're just flying up. And if we don't fly up or if we stall, then we're going to have a sell-off and everybody's going to try to get their money. So it's going to be probably a pretty violent day in terms of speed. But if you wait it out, as long as we don't get too high, like if we get to 20, I would be worried. If we stay around 13, 14, we've paid for it. So I think would be okay. But if we spike, because this is going to be a lot of money, if we spike into the 20s, the high 20s, then yeah, you want to probably get out. But you know the drill. Yeah. So it looks like we're just holding neutral. What's the volume? Yeah, it doesn't tell you. Total volume for today, I'm curious. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Oh, look, advertisement. Advertisement. Don't care. Advertisement. Oh, yeah, Zach's is kind of hit or miss. So ads, 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 and editors ads. Um, I want the AMC. I want to see our closing volume for today. What's the volume? That's not very helpful. Oh, thank you. You posted. So 121, eh? It's pretty good. Yeah, our average volumes. So we actually slowed down considerably. We had 90 million within the first, like by 10 o'clock, I think we were at 90 million. And then we basically slowed right down. We were at 9 million at start. And then I don't know where we hit 90 million, but I remember it being early in the day. So, yeah. Oh, look, they're talking about AMC because I'm on the AMC page. Yeah, who cares? Yeah, and we didn't see the California bump. So if we go back and look at the 5-day here, like this could have been the California opening bump, but we've retracted because this, as you can see, it's too high.
easy to see on an area chart. So we kind of just, if we cut this by diagonal, that's where we should be. So we're back on track for good organic growth. And then we're going to see something like this, maybe even higher tomorrow. So that's going to send us to the moon. Like, we paid for this over the course of almost a month, right? And that was only jumping from 7 to 10. So if we gone from 11 to 14, and we're going to have another one of these, we're going to have another one of these. And if we look at year to date, that's kind of what happened here. So there's your dead cat. No, it can't be happening. Let's bring it back up. And your resting period, your growth period. So right now our little spikes haven't been too crazy, not like this. But if we get something like this, that's the stimulus money and the hype, then yeah, we got to prepare for that. We're not going to go back to 8, but because they went from 3, 2, ended up at 8. You usually end up higher. So if we're at 14 and we jump to, I don't know, let's say 24, that's reasonable. We'll come back down to 16 or 15. So either way, it's going to be one hell of a ride. So yeah, let's hope it all plays out tomorrow. And actually, let's just quickly look at GME. So yeah, they trended up after 10 o'clock. They started trending up. They jumped, and then I'd say 1240. So that's still, you can see the diagonal right from here, right? So this was them going up too much, and now they're correcting. They're paying for the too much. This one they got away with, that's fine. But this one they didn't. And that's good. And of course, we recognize the classic plains of the Nevada desert here with the windswept peaks and the little grass growing in the front. It's like Red Dead Redemption. I need somewhere between 1 month and 6 months. So yeah, this one is quadrupling, not even. This is a 10 times your money peak. So they went from $35, $39 to $50, $40. So they basically went back 100%. But they did also go up 10 times and then crash back down. So yeah, I think maybe the worst for them is over here. So if this is their payment for kind of this, maybe they could go back into the 150s. But I'm thinking they're going to start a recovery phase or a flat phase where they're going to stay within a tight channel. But I guess we'll have to see, because this is just ridiculous numbers. All right. Well, I guess with that, we're going to see tomorrow. No, we're fine. If you want to look at the bid asks, so the bid is 0.3 and the ask is 2. So it's still trading at the penny level, so that's not bad. This number will get wider when there's less people trading, and so this number will jump all over the place. Unless that's where it finished. You know what? I think that's where it finished. So that's not the aftermarket bid ask. Hold on. AMC. Wonder if they'll show the aftermarket bid ask. So it's now 1260 and 1303. So we can jump down to 1260 if someone wants to buy at that price. And if you want to sell, it's at 1303. But that's your buyer and that's your seller. So it's backwards depending on which way you're going, if I recall correctly. So if I want to buy, I'm getting it at 1260. Or no, I'm getting it at 1303. And if I want to sell, my buyer is going to be at 1260. Yeah, I have to meet the buyer, or the buyer has to meet the seller. Yeah, that's it. So as you can see, it could fly all over the place because 1260 is right here, right? That's pretty fucking low. So there's currently nobody offering to buy any higher than this, and the next seller is right at the dot here. So there's no buyer currently in here. So yeah, it's not a good market. Okay, so I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm gonna go take a rest, and we'll see you all on the trenches. All right, has a good one.